Test.
Damn.
Any. Number.
Any number works.
All right.
That's actually
I have a sound effect ready.
okay. For what? Oh no.
Small Screamers Discord. Welcome
Most
to my
sequels
channel.
these days tend to either
Draps
be
Nat.
reimaginings of how the
Welcome
previous
to
game
my
played,
channel.
or just the same
Another
experience with some
viewer.
refinements and cutting away
Welcome
the
to my
fat
channel.
that even remotely rub people
Paul
the wrong
Argue.
way. Remnant 2
Welcome
does
to my
neither by
channel.
building directly off the first
Anastasia.
game. Really, Remnant 2 does almost
Welcome
nothing
to my channel.
actually new from the original.
Screamers
In its
Social
place,
Space.
it expanded upon and
Welcome
refined
to my
nearly
channel.
every last aspect of what
Ella.
Remnant from the Ashes did.
Welcome
it's
to
like
my
they were so
channel.
confident in the first game that
Welcome to
instead
my
of
channel.
trying to remove some weaker
Spanium.
parts or rework features,
Welcome
they
to my
wanted to
channel.
do everything the exact
Knife it.
same way, but better.
Welcome to my
so
channel.
most of what I say here
Viola.
also applies to the first game
Welcome
to some
to my
extent.
channel.
So if it sounds interesting,
Stream
I also
Elements.
recommend trying that first game out as
Welcome
well.
to my channel.
Remnant is a third-person
Discord
shooter
Small
that is heavily
Screamers.
inspired by Dark Souls. Made
Welcome
more
to
than
my
apparent
channel.
by the checkpoint system that
Tackling.
regenerates healing resources and
Welcome
respawns
to my
enemies.
channel.
It's large and heavily
Yalla Jurlio.
telegraphed enemies and bosses,
Welcome to
and
my channel.
they even make a near
Bad
one-to-one
women.
copy of the contextual
Welcome
combo
to my
mechanics
channel.
of Dark Souls. But where
Olivia.
the series differentiates itself
Welcome
from
to
all
my
the other
channel.
attempts is that it also has really
RVXC.
solid shooting mechanics. In
Welcome
fact,
to
the
my
game
channel.
doesn't try to limit itself
Aaliyah.
to being melee-focused,
Welcome
and they
to
are
my
fine
channel.
with introducing enemies that can't
Norwegian
be
girl.
reasonably hit with your melee attacks,
Welcome
meaning
to
you
my
will
channel.
be regularly using guns. Thankfully, due to that,
S.W.Frost
melee
is
is
now
actually
live
pretty
streaming
good when you do
Remnant
get
2
to
Thai
use
No
it.
Art offers
Another
please
unique
Wednesday
feature
and
is
when
that
does it
Remnant
end?
uses a lot of procedurally generated levels. The main overworld portions of each planet are linear but branching levels made out of tiles that guide you to the dungeons that line the place. The dungeons that appear are also random. You can't see every dungeon or event in a single playthrough because there are more encounters available than you will be able to see in one go. Some of the dungeons and events can tie in with other events or secrets to unlock more rewards if you're observant enough. Unlike a couple points in Remnant 1, if a dungeon or event needs an item from another location, then that location will always spawn. Now, I can understand the idea of using tiles might sound a bit sketchy over pre-made levels. However, I found that the tiles used were big enough and flowed well enough that in some cases, I couldn't really tell when one tile began and another ended, though at times they were definitely noticeable. But overall, I did find myself quite impressed with how large the levels were, while also being noticeable. You tell when one tile began and another ended, though at times they were definitely noticeable. But overall, I did find myself quite impressed with how large the levels were, while also being fun to navigate. Now to go into more detail on how this game actually plays, beyond just calling it the Dark Souls of third-person shooters. When it comes to guns, it's mostly what you expect, but with a few fun twists. A number of guns have different firing mechanics associated with them, be it ricocheting bullets, requiring a charge, or increasing accuracy when you fire them. The boss weapons in particular all feature wild mechanics that make these guns way more interesting to use rather than just adding another flavor of machine gun or pistol. And a great touch that Remnant 1 struggled with is that rolling doesn't interrupt reloads, and sitting at a checkpoint now restores all your ammo too. Nothing says creativity like a gun named the Cube Gun, which fires up to 5 boomerang cubes, allowing it to have infinite ammo, meaning it's only restricted by the range you engage at and its heat level. This weapon also comes with a mod to create a ranged damage shield that can also be fired out to deal damage and push away melee enemies. They really go hard on a lot of these weapons. For melee and general movement, the basic mechanics are quite similar. You have a stamina system that depletes when sprinting, dodging, and doing heavy attacks, but thankfully it only stops regenerating when using melee rather than every swing consuming stamina because this game can get pretty aggressive. Melee can be performed at any point when hitting the attack button so long as you aren't aiming, meaning hip firing guns is not possible. So unless you're a crack shot, it's best to keep distance when using guns. Melee combos are straightforward. You have lights and heavies triggered by clicking or holding the attack button, sprinting attacks that come out quicker, and backstep attacks that have a good gap closer so you can stick to enemies better. Interestingly, unlike any game I've seen ape this style of combat, it also adds a heavy backstep option. beats me why they felt it was necessary, but it looks sick and comes in handy since the backstep is a very handy tool for melee due to the shorter recovery. Melee attacks are also quite useful for a number of reasons beyond just being sick as hell. They have a really high stagger, meaning many enemies can get
Welcome to my
strong
channel.
attacks, and they generate mod power for both your weapons and can have special modifiers equipped that further help them synergize with using guns or just make the melee itself better. Mods are special powers you can equip on guns. They generate primarily by landing hits with the given weapon, and these effects range from long-lasting damage buffs, a huge burst of damage, or creating temporary summons. There's a huge variety in effects that can help whatever build you're going for, or even define it based on the equipment you have. These mods are also freely interchangeable between standard weapons, and in a stroke of absolute genius, every standard weapon has 4 to 5 unique appearances based on the type of mod equipped. Want a baller-looking scrap M249 saw? How about turning this into some funky alien blaster, or maybe even turning it into some ornate space elf light machine gun? Admittedly, some looks aren't as detailed and make it obvious that they just slapped random crap around the gun rather than changing the silhouette noticeably, but the fact this is in the game in the first place makes me incredibly happy because it must have been a lot of work. Using your weapons isn't the only way to generate mod power though. This game has a very powerful customization system that's spread out between a number of slots that allow you to enhance pretty much every mechanic. You have a single powerful amulet slot, 4 ring slots, a mutator slot on each of your melee and range weapons, 3 relic slots on your healing relic for minor stat boosts, and in the biggest twist I never expected, you can even swap out your reliable and consistent healing relic. Your options are anything from rewarding preemptive healing to something that actively hurts you in order to generate another resource. Going back to mod generation, however, for a while I would use a relic that gave me life regeneration and mod power regeneration, a ring that would heal me over time when I used mods, another ring that would reduce the mod cost but upon activation turn a portion of my health into recoverable gray health, meaning that I was constantly regenerating health. This was topped off with a ring that regenerates 200% of health I recover as mod power. This allows me to use mods a fair bit more, especially in my offhand weapons since I didn't use it as much. The last part of customizing your builds are the archetypes. Archetypes offer the most build-defining boosts by far. Remnant 1's classes were more akin to Dark Souls. They dictated your starting gear with set bonuses, starting stat bonuses, and even gave you a unique trait to level up. But beyond that, nothing stopped you from stepping on someone else's toes and doing something else. Remnant 2, however, no longer has set bonuses. Instead, every class is an actual class. They get a prime perk which helps define the playstyle, 4 smaller perks you unlock and upgrade as you level, and 3 abilities to pick from, with only 1 being equipable at a time. There are 4 classes to pick from at the start, 2 DPS and 2 support. Challenger is the close range god who can show death who the head bitch in charge is by standing right back up with full health after taking lethal hit. Hunter is the opposite end, where he gets more range, and by landing headshots can keep his buff abilities going for huge lengths of time. For support, you have Handler, who can control a dog that can either tank damage, deal damage, or heal people, while also buffing their damage reduction, damage bonus, and move speed in their respective modes. They can also create a lot of breathing room and leniency by being able to use the dog to revive fallen allies or even yourself. Field Medic is the classic heal bot. This man can shit out so many different forms of healing that they also decided to make the prime perk regenerating your healing relic charges by just healing, meaning you have a ton of extra room to work with. As if his base healing wasn't already cracked, he also gets the best trait in the game, which increases almost every source of healing by quite a bit. Thankfully, the innate trait for every class can be unlocked and used on any other class once you reach level 10 in that class, which means, yes, you can not only change class on the fly, but you can also multi-class where you use a primary class and everything but the prime perk of the secondary class. This game also does something that I've never really seen any game with class combinations pulls off. Well, save for 2 made by the same company, Grim Dawn and Titan's Quest. When you equip 2 classes together, you get a unique combination name where the first part is the primary class's prime perk, and the second part is the combination of the 2 classes, such as Hunter and Handler getting the name Predator, and Challenger Medic getting Guardian. I live for shit like this. And an interesting thing about the classes is that while the game feels perfectly fine in single player, it also feels like they took into account multiplayer rather than just throwing in an extra player, scaling up the HP and damage, and calling it a day. Things feel like they were actually made to consider having that extra person. Every skill and perk works fine on its own, but it may or may not have a bonus that considers multiplayer, such as Medic's Redemption being a huge charged heal capable of regenerating your entire life bar in seconds for all 10 whole seconds, but it can also be charged up to revive everyone. Or the Challenger's perks that allow you to reduce the damage of everything near you when you use an ability. This indirectly lets you keep allies safe if a ranged enemy decides to shift aggro onto someone else. There's a ton more details here and there, like everyone having their own animations as background characters in cutscenes, and there being small dialogue between the characters after certain events or bosses. It makes the presence of the people you play with feel known, rather than just a group of 3 silent dudes running around shooting the same targets. And the other reason player presence is punctuated is the inclusion of friendly fire. There's a lot of fancy AoE effects in this game that do a ton of damage, but with friendly fire you have to be very considerate about where you use them since they can heavily chunk players. But this isn't entirely a negative. You can do some really stupid shit like applying status effects to your friends to trigger any buffs they have, or to just use them as a DPS dummy. Nothing says friendship like telling the 50th hand related pun and getting removed from this mortal coil by your best friend.
Why'd you explode on me, Matt? Fuck you.
Hurt you more than it hurt me.
I know it did, but it's not about hurting you. It's about the message.
The message is I just feel kind of bad now, so congratulations, message then.
Thank you for that backhanded compliment.
Oh, shit.
I fucking knew it's on my balls.
And because of that, it's not just a dumb fun co-op shooter that happens to be a really solid multiplayer experience. Teamwork becomes pretty important due to the massively increased damage for having a full party. Prior to a major patch, a full lobby on Veteran did almost as much damage as Solo Apocalypse. You know, the highest difficulty in the game that requires you to beat the game first. Thankfully, the damage increase for a full group went from 50% increase to 30%, which should make it more manageable since you would get killed in 1 to 3 hits prior. So because of that high damage, having someone who can soak up a few extra hits and power through damage to get revives off like Challenger, someone who can reliably revive with either medic or handler, and someone who could just stand back and unleash DPS gives everyone so much more breathing room that it felt pretty satisfying to work together. That isn't necessarily saying that the co-op mechanics are particularly deep, but when compared to its contemporaries, I found that this game is a lot more engaging to play with my friends. As mentioned earlier, levels are procedurally generated, and what dungeons, events, and even loot you find on bodies can be random from a pool made specifically for the area. This is great for replayability since any singular run is satisfying on its own, however, it does go a step further. There are even alternate stories for the places you visit. At first, when you enter a world, you're greeted right away with a big set piece or character that set the stage for how the rest of the world will play out. For example, on the planet Losum, you will either start in the slums of Elf London, or you'll start in front of a giant gilded Gothic castle. Starting in the slums mean you'll be spending most of your time there and work your way into the castle, whereas starting in the castle means you'll spend most of your time there and then work your way into the slums. Each different opening also indicates which final boss you'll encounter. And to facilitate all this, the story is very open-ended. You're dealing with a big threat and just have to go places to kill big things. So the
Welcome
order
to my
is
channel.
purposely vague, allowing
Lurking.
for any of the worlds to
Oh,
act as
hello,
the first
and
one
good
you
morning.
visit, meaning you can experience
Hello,
everything in a
Kira.
different order each time you play. And as if that wasn't enough, it seems secrets within the dungeons can be random as well. Paired with loot being assigned from a giant area pool, you can't really ignore a dungeon just because you've been there once already. That might sound daunting to have to replay the game over and over so many times to see and get everything, but the game does try to make it as easy as possible. Originally, Remnant 1 had very limited ways of dealing with this problem, but got better with updates. Remnant 2 significantly fixes this problem by immediately giving you the opportunity to reroll the campaign. Then, once you beat the world, you unlock Adventure Mode for it. Adventure Mode is just re-rolling that world and that world alone, separate from the rest of the campaign. So, if you want to keep redoing a world for the specific boss or event, you can do so without having to reset your whole campaign. And speaking of those bosses, they are impeccable. Remnant 1 was very back and forth with bosses. Some felt like they were just dangerous background entities that backed up a constant flow of minions, since so many bosses either had minion phases or were just an endless flow of them, or the bosses felt a little too bootleg Dark Souls. Overall, I enjoyed Remnant 1's bosses, but they were one of the biggest points of contention for people that I saw. However, Remnant 2 does a complete 180 and makes every boss, at the very least, conceptually super interesting. They are all incredibly engaging sections at the bare minimum. Their attack patterns are almost all well telegraphed and feel fair, and many of them go beyond just boss does attack, try and iframe it, by introducing fight gimmicks. One of my favorites, and possibly my favorite boss in any video game period, is a boss that tells you shifting Sandlands from Mario 64 clearly gave one of the devs nightmares as a kid.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Where's this? It's the sand desert!
There are no bad bosses in my eyes. I have had problems with a few, and they definitely got a bit frustrating, primarily because they would have too much going on at once, or had a bit too much damage, but even with that, they were still very fun bosses across the board. There are some bosses that are just red phantom versions of large enemies with a few modifiers, but those fights are a lot shorter, and I don't really consider them to be on the same level just because they have a big fancy health bar. But for as much as I love the bosses, there is one thing that easily takes the cake: the exploration. This game is unfathomably dense with secrets and alternate choices. I don't just mean secrets like Doom or Serious Sam, where you dry hump a random wall or try and get out of bounds, though that does exist in small doses. Remnant 1 had its fair share of secrets, don't get me wrong, but they were way more spread out, and in some instances, a possible outcome wouldn't even be achievable in one run because the dungeon you needed just wasn't there. Remnant 2, on the other hand, goes so far into crazy well hidden, but mostly logical secret hunting, that it feels not only doable to get nearly everything on my own as a certified moron, but also makes Remnant 2 feel more like a puzzle game at times. So, this is where I will drop a fat spoiler warning. To me, the discovery was a massive part of this game. Thinking of every alternate path, every secret, or event is the one thing I enjoy the most. So, from this point on, I will be bringing up a few examples and going into details here and there. But this will be the main bulk of the secret talk, so skip to here if you want to avoid it. There was one seemingly innocent and short dungeon with a nice reward at the end. However, this reward, named Andaria's Endless Loop, was no doubt a hint at what's to come. This small dungeon, as it turns out, has several secrets hidden within it. First, there was a locked door we couldn't figure out how to open. After much searching, we found a stone plate in the final room that opens up a door to a grid maze where you have to stand on buttons to open doors to nearby areas and figure out how to get everything and get out. When you leave the maze, you could just go back to the checkpoint past the drop down. However, there is a secret within a secret here. In that final room before the drop down, there is an illusory wall, because apparently those are a fucking thing in this game, and going through it gets you another item. That's not all. There's 2 more illusory walls in that dungeon, and are thankfully more obvious to find once we know that fake walls exist. But it doesn't end there though. Remember that door we mentioned? We never opened it. Turns out, the pressure plate to open the maze also opens up the wall right next to that door, but only for a moment, meaning you cannot complete this puzzle without it being in multiplayer. So yes, there are in fact multiplayer-only puzzles in this game. Very few from what I have seen, and thankfully, the rewards are geared only for
Enter, mortal. Lives such as yours are too short to dally with hesitancy. Know that you stand in the presence of the divine, the true heir to all that surrounds you, and the only one who can stand against the imposter who claims the throne. You may not be of the Fae, yet you reap the benefits of this kingdom with every breath. Know, strange one, that these lands and their people, it is my hallowed now that we share them. You are not Fae, and so perhaps are unaware of the offense which you commit. I will stay my hand but once. All must sacrifice for the greater good. Though you be not Fae, you yet profit from my blessings. Your next words. If you shall not offer tribute as one who serves, then you shall die. This hall shall be your grave! To me, subject! Destroy the eternal power! Knights, we have an enemy in our midst! Damn it. Knights, we have an enemy in our midst! None have bested me. Whatsoever. To me, subject! Destroy the interloper! It is my hut now. If you should... My kingdom will not suffer the mockery of thieves! To me, subjects! Destroy the interloper! Without proper tribute, you make yourself an enemy to me. It is my hut now. If you shall... None have bested me. What the Knights, we have an enemy in our midst. Without proper tribute, you make yourself an enemy to me. This hall shall be your grave! Knights, we have an enemy in our midst! The penalty for thieves is the flame! is my... No. If you shall... My kingdom will not suffer the mockery of thieves! Destroy the interloper! This hall shall be your grave! It is my... No. If you shall... My kingdom will not suffer the mockery of thieves! Knights, we have an enemy in our midst! I shall bless this hellhole with your refuge! It is my... Now that we... If you... Without proper tribute, make yourself an enemy to me. To me, subject! Destroy the eternal mind! Not have bested me. What so have you? I don't take a thief in the flame!
Spock. Welcome to my channel.
kingdom will not suffer the mockery of thieves!
Shit.
Knights, we have an enemy in our midst!
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Fucking red prince.
It won't fit.
Oh, brother. Dead end.
Looks like I'm full up. Is it?
Marsz. Nice try. Get the fuck out. Damn it, this.
We made it, buddy!
Okay, this is it.
To outsiders!
Damn, this ain't good.
Here they are! Get 'em!
my sight.
That was rough.
Joe,
Je,
hajde šironu robu moji, hajde ima topot. Hajde
evo odmah ću.
suš. Hajde moj auto.
I'm the fly in your suit. I'm the shoe. I'm a demon if you're bad. Bump on every head.
Here they come. Looks like I'm full up.
Yes.
I've got enough of that.
Heal the stranger.
Come on. All right, let's do it.
Can't carry any more of that.
Intruder! There!
Won't fit.
Show 'em what Dran are made of! Outsiders! Blast them!
Can't escape my aim!
Okay, this is it.
Get them!
Brother. The fuck?
Look alive! Intruders! They are here! Can't escape my aim!
This isn't looking good. You'll have to. All right, let's do this.
Look alive! Intruders! They're here!
way.
Intruder! There!
Damn it. All right, come and get some.
Oh. Fuck off.
Welcome to my channel.
son.
Oh wow, double tap.
Here we go.
Oh wow, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
come. Bag's full.
Run!
Oh, brother, look at them. 20,000 enemies.
Okay, this is it.
Don't let 'em past us!
Great. It's over.
brother.
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
I don't even want to play the game anymore now, guys. So, look, Bob had like this one item that made it possible to play, and now it's gone, dude.
So that's it. I've uninstalled the game. This is like, dude, I can't, like, what are they doing to Diablo 4? Like, do they have any idea what they are doing? Like, is it coding issue? Is it just a miscommunication issue? Are they like not testing the patches issue? Like, what is the issue here? Can somebody please explain to me why there are so many issues with Diablo 4? All right, let's see. This all started hotfix 3, August 22nd. Fixed performance issues, stability issues, fix an issue with Heart of the Barber, which caused performance issues for players. Are you talking about console players? Because none of us on computer were lagging. No PC player I know is lagging or performance issues or anything like that. So this must be a change for console again. Let's see, and then they go down here. It says, "Hi all, we are currently investigating an issue with Heart of the Barber not functioning correctly. Once we, this is supposed to be HEAR, buddy. Here back on the updates, we'll provide updates." Okay, so for one, maybe it doesn't work because they spelled some of the coding wrong, like the guy did here. But memes aside, this shouldn't be an issue. There shouldn't have been a performance issue. I watch like Woody Joe, Rob2628, and they weren't lagging. They weren't having performance issues. They were fine, and both of them had like 30 plus browser tabs open. I do not take this as an excuse for breaking the game. And then the other thing is, like I said earlier, do they even test their game? Do they have testers? Hello, Blizzard? Like, I've offered my services. I will literally test their game, like every single patch, every hotfix, I don't care, for $2,000 a month, and I'll be on call 24/7. Like, I'll test your entire game 24/7 on call, $2,000 a month. Like, stop hiring celebrity voice actors and spending your entire budget on a celebrity voice actor and hire some testers. Like, this shouldn't even go live on the servers. Like, what are they doing? What are they doing? All right, for some background on Rob, if you don't know who this is, this guy, he's been playing Diablo. This guy has more total hours in Diablo games than you probably do in your entire career of working. So Rob's been making content for over 6 years, right? This guy is one of the most hardcore Diablo fans I've ever met and seen. And this guy loves the game. And even he himself is now annoyed by the game.
It brawls right in the middle of my nightmare dungeon. Yeah. Baba heart is broken, yes. I don't know why. He cast the whirlwind to make it drop again. Please stop him.
So I did this screen grab of Rob during his stream, and just read what I said in his live chat. They spent their entire budget on another celebrity voice actor, and it was like perfectly timed because Rob had his hand on his head, and he looks so distraught. He looks like somebody that's being cuckolded, and he looks that upset. Like, look at his face right now. Like, I've never seen Rob this upset, chat, ever. I've never, like, he like I said, he's a die-hard Diablo fan. This guy loves Diablo. I love it too, but this guy loves it more, okay? and I've never seen him this distraught about Diablo.
I don't even want to play the game anymore now, guys. So look, Bob had like this one item that made it possible to play, and now it's gone, dudes. No, I was like, what the? I had to balance it out, man, you know. Hot new announcement. Ah, man, hot fix, anti-fun. They had to balance it out, man. People were getting too hyped.
Alright, so check this out, guys. So this issue started several hours ago. It says 2 hours here, but it was more than that. It was about 3 or 4 hours. And they're still currently working on it, and that was up to an hour ago. But Discord, literally, I installed a bot last night that has blue post updates and other news about Diablo and stuff like that. And the bot goes and gets all this news from Twitter, etc., whatever social media. And I want to show you guys something. I don't have Diablo 4 Reddit followed, right? Why is the community manager posting a hotfix will be released at today's result for Barber not working, blah 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 blah? Pretty much they're telling us we're gonna roll back the update, but they're telling us on Reddit. Why is that not a blue post? Why are you telling people on Reddit? If it wasn't for my Discord bot, I would have never fucking seen this post. Are you insane? Who's in charge here? Like, what are you doing? When I post a message like this, or I'm sorry, when I post a YouTube video, I post it on all of my social medias. I post it on Reddit, Twitter, Discord. I post it on, sometimes I'll even post it on TikTok. I'll send it to people. I'll make sure that people see it, is what I'm saying. This, posting something like this on a Reddit page that nobody follows and nobody will see, isn't good looks. That's not good at all. Like, who thought of this? But hey, what do I know? I'm just some mustache guy on the internet that just plays video games and does, you know, like massive amount of hours and reviews and things like that, and tests and actually like committed to the game and actually play it. But who am I? You know, I'm just some random guy. I'm not an actual tester that Blizzard won't hire. It's just really cringe, man. I really had high hopes for Diablo, and they're just let down after let down after let down after let down. It's really pathetic now, and there's just no excuse. Their community team is terrible. Their coding is terrible. Stash base that doesn't exist. There's an uncountable amount of issues within the game that we could just list off for like an hour, but I'm not going to. Like, you guys all know about it. Look at this. There's only 20 people that are able to see this right now, that are here looking at this. That's so cringe to me, dude. Like, something this game breaking where you can't even log in and play the game. Like, how many of you just got home and you're like, oh, I'm gonna play Diablo for like 2 hours before I have to go to bed because I just worked all day, and you can't even play because Barber doesn't work? How many of you are experiencing that situation? And then if they're just gonna roll back the hotfix, why haven't they done it? Oh, I'll tell you why. Probably because it's on console, chat. If this was a PC only issue, it would have been rolled back with a flick of a button. But since it's on console, they could probably have to call Microsoft and PlayStation over at Sony. Oh, hey guys, so we kind of screwed up over here at Blizzard, and you know, I know we're not sorted for this, but can we just roll that hotfix back? Yeah, it just take a. We gotta talk to the management and the marketing team about that. We're sorry about that, Blizzard. We can't just do immediate hot fixes and stuff like that. You guys are insane. You should have tested the patch before you released it. Well, we were just trying to save some money by not hiring testers and just willy-nilly throwing the patches out there and seeing if they work or not. And we just have our guinea pigs, the actual players test it for us. But now the guinea pigs have tested it, and it seemed to be broken. So can we please re-roll that back? Oh my God, it's just super cringe. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, instead of Barbs and Source now it's just all players are feeling this way, dude.
Tamam.
Happy Valentine's Day, friends. The holiday created by Hallmark for the sole purpose of selling cheap shit to sheeple. And don't worry, if you're upset that you're alone on Valentine's Day, just remember that you're alone every other day of the year too. So I'm in the process of actually editing the next Hellworld episode, but it is 1 a.m. in the morning and I randomly decided, you know what, I'm gonna put out like a fun video in between before I drown you in doom and gloom once again. Today we will be taking a look at nice guys and nice girls. Now about 3 years ago I did a video covering the topic of nice guys.
A nice guy is not a nice guy. A nice guy thinks being nice should automatically grant him all the vagina or peen that he wants. Now there's also nice girl syndrome, but we're just gonna call it nice guy syndrome because that's what it's known as. Nice guys do not understand that it's an expected trait of every single human being to be nice. And that being nice is enough to get a partner. You can't just insert the nice tokens and get sex in return.
But today we are going to take a look at some of these guys and girls in action, in the wild. So without further ado, I present to you yeah, it got pretty cold. Had to pull out the windshield scraper this morning. I could have helped you. I appreciate it, but I'm so far away. It'd be quicker to just do it myself. Plus, you save gas money. Okay. I was just trying to be nice. Yes, and I appreciate it, thank you. I feel like you don't mean that. You never give me a chance at anything. Whether it's scraping the ice off your vehicle or taking you to dinner. I'm glad your fiancé died. 10 out of 10 nice guy post right here. Just absolute psychotic shit. Hey, I got your number from blank and I was wondering if you wanted to go out this Saturday. I don't even know who this is. It's blank. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to say no, and in the future, you should ask somebody for their number directly. Alright, well, f you. I bet you'd say yes if it was that asshole blank asking. Kill yourself! Oh my god! I rate this one a solid 8 out of 10. We did the escalation, called her a whore, told her to kill herself. We got like everything in here. I'm not interested, thank you. Please, I'll do anything. I'm really not interested, dude. Why not? I can make you feel like the most important girl in the world. My boyfriend already does that for me, thanks. Then your boyfriend is a cuckboy and not a real man. I bet he's an ugly femboy and needs to kiss your ass to get your approval. Women are supposed to be chosen. They aren't supposed to be selective like you are right now. There is a lot to unpack here. Okay, first of all, this man is on his hands and knees begging for the coochie. Please, I'll do anything. And then he has the audacity to say her boyfriend's a cuckboy who needs to kiss her ass. Also, I don't appreciate this ugly femboy thing. All femboys are beautiful. And then we have women are supposed to be chosen. They aren't supposed to be selective. That's actually wrong. We're the ones that carry the babies. We're the ones who are supposed to be selective in nature. So this is just all over the place. I rate this one 10 out of 10. You're such an egg. Egg? I like to use non-offensive words to offend people. Hey, can you send nudes? Sorry dude, I don't really like you in that way. Off, you N-word. Get cancer. This is why you always get f***ed over by guys. Because you let the nice ones like me go. Time to dissect this one. First of all, the egg thing. What are you doing, dude? Also, the emojis. This excessive emojis. And then at 2 p.m., like in the this motherfucker in the afternoon, this woman is probably at work or at school. 2 p.m. asking for nudes? Like, I'm just waking up at that time. And just the audacity of calling her the N-word, telling her to get cancer, and then being like, you let the nice ones like me go. This is like 11 out of 10. This is perfect. This is delicious. So I was going out to this restaurant with a group of college peeps, and one girl tagged along. She was beautiful and smart. And as we were getting to the cab, I held the door open for her and bowed my head, and she didn't even say thank you. I slammed the door on her fingers, and she was cussing like mad at me and nearly crying. Sorry, but if you can't show proper manners and thank a gentleman, then you don't deserve my kindness. Won't be going out with those guys again, that's for sure. I bowed my head. Just imagine this dude. Like, these are the type of people who do a nice thing solely expecting something in return. Not just to be a nice person, but they need something in return. If you can't thank a proper gentleman, you deserve to get your fingers broken. 10 out of 10. What night are you free? Not sure yet, but I'll keep you notified as we get to know each other better. Ah, I see how it is. The old meeting a guy off the internet is scary because he might actually be a nice guy scenario. You literally just ruined your shot. She was just saying we'll get to know each other better, and you f***ed it up. This is the nice guy complex. She didn't even reject him yet. God. I'm gonna give this one a 3 out of 10 because, honestly, and I just feel bad. Like, 3 out of 10. Fair bit of money, but I figured you're worth it. What's a good time for a date, beautiful? Who are you? Actually, I don't want to know. Please never text again. Wow, I went through all this trouble and you just reject me? I went through $40 just to get your phone number, you ungrateful bitch. I'll still go out with you if you change your mind, but don't think for 1 second that it will be to anywhere nice. In some parts of the world, a woman could be stoned to death for talking to a generous, loving man like you just did. Consider yourself on a thin line. So, he paid somebody to get her number, from what it seems like. I love how he just, like, calls her a bitch, tell her she'd be stoned to death in another country, and then he's just like, I'll still go out with you if you change your mind. The duality of a simp. Total guy question, so I'm sorry in advance. But I was thinking about your ethnicity, and I was curious. Do you have a nice ass? What the f*** does that have to do with my ethnicity? Well, you have the non-Asian half of your curves if you said yes. Asians can't have curves? Haha, come on. At least you know I'm a nice guy because I apologized before asking you a guy question that all men would be thinking anyways. Most guys wouldn't even warn. It's okay I asked about your ass out of nowhere because I apologized beforehand. Sorry in advance, but may I rape you?
Well, you know.
Sequels are a funny thing. In any creative medium, be it books, movies, or video games, continuations of an existing IP typically elicit one of 3 reactions from their respective fanbase: apathy, adoration, or outright abhorrence. There are plenty of failed sequels in the annals of gaming. Duke Nukem Forever, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, and Overwatch 2, can you even really call that last one a sequel, have all gone down as some of the worst continuations of beloved franchises in the history of our hobby. On the other side are shining examples of what sequels aspire to be: continuations, evolutions, improvements on an existing set of ideas that work even better than their predecessor. From the bloody battlefields of Halo 2's campaign, to the wall-running perfection of Titanfall 2's fast-paced combat, to the bountiful improvements present in Assassin's Creed 2, examples abound of how to take an idea, run with it, and make it even more beloved than it already was. I am happy to report that Remnant 2 most certainly falls into that second category of sequels. I am a self-proclaimed From the Ashes stan, someone who played the first game, recognized the underrated excellence that was on display in its replayability, combat, world building, and gear game, while lamenting that, despite many shouting its praises from the rooftops, it was never quite able to grab hold of its deserved time in the spotlight. Thankfully, Gunfire Games have delivered a sequel that more than earns a spot amongst those legendary IP evolutions I mentioned earlier, and that will be played and remembered fondly for years and years to come. For those who didn't play Remnant from the Ashes, you may be wondering what that game, and by extension this sequel, are all about. From the Ashes was fondly dubbed Dark Souls with Guns by many, and while that label doesn't accurately describe it entirely, it's a good place to start. Remnant 2 certainly falls under the Souls-like label in many aspects. Its punishing difficulty, environmental storytelling, and complex combat encounters cement it firmly as a member of that genre. However, that moniker doesn't tell the game's whole story. Existing in perfect harmony with those Souls-like mechanics are several diverse yet interconnected gameplay systems. Remnant 2 features a heavy focus on randomly generated play spaces, a concept it took from the first game and cranked up to 11, so much so that it might take 2 players dozens upon dozens of hours before encountering even somewhat similar playthroughs. Those beautiful and mysterious arenas are paired perfectly with deadly enemies and incredibly well-designed bosses for you to conquer. Supporting that combat loop are complex gear and build systems, providing players with countless items to discover, craft, and upgrade, alongside an equally diverse and engaging number of archetypes, skills, and traits to unlock and level up. We've all seen games come along that try dipping their toes into one too many clashing genres, which results in a disjointed and highly unfun experience.
Another testament to Remnant 2's design is how well all of these disparate systems have been woven amongst one another, creating an engaging experience that appeals to many different audiences. Combining all these systems into a digestible package without watering them down or sacrificing one part of the offering for another is a truly remarkable feat, and Gunfire Games deserves plenty of kudos for its excellent execution. While the systems and gameplay loop at the core of Remnant 2 are exquisite, the experience does unfortunately suffer from poor performance and bugs at times. For me, these issues never reached the point of being so painful or pervasive that they ripped me from my immersion in Remnant's world, or completely spoiled the game's combat and exploration experiences. That being said, there were certainly times where I was jarred by bugs and performance issues, and I wasn't alone from early feedback shared by other players. In terms of performance, Remnant 2 provided a mostly solid package that occasionally stumbled a little. Running the game on an i9-10900 and NVIDIA 3080, I was able to enjoy a solid frame rate well above 60 FPS for the vast majority of my playthrough, running at high settings with DLSS set to balanced. The game does offer a solid settings menu that you can tweak to suit your liking, depending on specs and preferences. I didn't notice any performance problems until July 24th, when Gunfire released a hotfix meant to improve UI performance and address various bugs on PC. After that update, however, I did experience several nasty frame drops, particularly in dungeons or encounters featuring a large amount of movement in the background. One example was a dungeon that sent me delving into what looked like a cryo chamber storage facility. Its environment design was excellent, the combat challenging, and epic music blared in the background as I fought my way through the arena. But I was ripped from my enjoyment several times as my frame rate tanked well below 30 FPS, often stuttering and chugging to the point that I could barely aim my weapon until the issue subsided. While this didn't happen often, it was unfortunate, especially considering the type of game Remnant 2 is. Poor frame rate is never good, but these problems are particularly noticeable in a Souls-like, where your every action down to the very second it's performed can mean the difference between beating a boss or ending up back at your last checkpoint. When it comes to bugs, I'm happy to report that my playthrough was mostly free of them, and the ones I did bump into were far from impactful on my enjoyment of the game. I noticed several times during conversations that the subtitles being displayed didn't match what the character in question was actually saying. This was mostly limited to 1 or 2 words being off, but there were a couple times where an entire sentence would be almost completely different in its audio and visual presentation. I know many people don't use subtitles, but for those who do, this can be a bit off-putting. Another issue that stood out to me was the music, or lack thereof. The game's soundtrack would often seem extremely muted, or absent entirely, despite having all audio options maxed out in this.
Okay, dude. You're just nitpicking cherries.
I cannot do that here.
to the cloistered halls and winding alleyways of Blossom, which never felt that small until I stepped foot onto Nerud's barren wasteland. Another stark contrast to the shining halls of the Fae was Nerud's bleak atmosphere. However, what seemed dull and gray at first gave way to a hidden beauty all its own. That feeling only grew as I delved into the planet's dungeons, many of which made me feel like I had been transported into a Matrix movie. Winding my way through ancient, broken machinery, surrounded by unknowable robots and zombies, I was struck by the mystique of this seemingly barren world, and wondered what secrets were hidden in its depths that I had yet to uncover. I was then thrust into the beautiful jungles of Geisha, a new world to explore for many, but a triumphant return to one of my favorite video game locations for me. Yet the Geisha of old had been supplanted by a new version, still beautiful, but corrupted by the insidious ruin, which had spread across the planet since the Wanderer last stepped foot in its twisting jungles. The blue foliage from the first game had been largely replaced by a new red variety, a foreboding contrast that remained beautiful all the same. Whether delving through underground temples or clambering across floating rocks high up in the sky, Geisha's unmistakable beauty was on display at every turn. There are 2 other zones you'll progress through during the playthrough, but I don't want to spoil them too much. Suffice it to say, each of the game's 5 locations has been painstakingly crafted, and Remnant 2 offers a visual spectacle at every turn. To match these environments, Gunfire has created a beautiful soundtrack to accompany each one. From the calming tones of Ward 13 to the heart-pounding tempo of a dungeon on Nerud, to the epic orchestral backdrop of your clash with a boss in Lossum, the game's music perfectly matches the on-screen action throughout the entire experience. And there are several homages to classic tracks from the first game that help returning players feel right at home in the sequel. I only wish I could have heard more of the game's music, because when I did, it really was that good. Now let me stop gushing about how much I love the environment and music, and let's get into the real good stuff. Combat. At its heart, Remnant 2 is about combat. The act of shooting and hacking your way through the plethora of enemies developed to test your mettle. And, in another stroke of brilliance, Gunfire has taken the exquisite combat loop from Remnant 1 and fine-tuned it into a near-flawless experience. My first playthrough was done on veteran difficulty using mouse and keyboard. I chose MMK because it's how I played through the first game, but I briefly toyed with controller and adventure mode after completing the story, and both inputs feel snappy and responsive in ranged enemy encounters. I've also seen loads of people vouch for how good the game feels on controller, and with it being a Souls-like, using a gamepad will have you feeling right at home. As for the difficulty, I actually played through the first game on regular, but was looking for a bit more of a challenge this time around, and I'd say between the 2 options, veteran was the better experience for me. The vast majority of enemies felt challenging yet fair. Miners, majors, and bosses all had the right amount of health, dealt the right amount of damage, and offered the expected level of difficulty, for the most part. One thing that became apparent very early on was the harshness of the game's level scaling. I entered a level 4 dungeon on Lossum at level 2, and promptly got my ass handed to me for 30 minutes straight before coming to the realization that I should probably circle back around to it later. So, I went ahead and progressed through the main story a bit, got myself up to level 3, and headed back for another round. I'm not sure if it was those early levels in particular, that exact dungeon, or something else entirely, but that one level difference was huge, and I practically breezed through the arena compared to my first attempt. All of this is to say that if you're getting your ass kicked in a certain area, try improving your gear and upping your level by coming back. Just like the original, Remnant 2's enemy design, boss encounters, gunplay, and melee combat are all some of the best the genre has to offer. You'll be firing your weapons a whole hell of a lot, and doing so feels just as good as it did in the first game. The feedback from your guns, the impact of their projectiles, the sounds they make as they fire, and the visuals of each distinct weapon all combine to provide a wholly complete package that never disappoints. Gunning down enemies felt just as good at hour 25 as it did at hour 2. The variety of weapons on offer should be more than enough to keep both veterans and newcomers chasing the high of unlocking a new loadout, along with switching out mods on their tried and true firearms to keep them feeling fresh and provide new ways to play with old gear. There is an immense variety of weapons on offer, ranging from standard fare like rifles and pistols to more exotic options such as a crossbow, poison launcher, and the incredibly fun cube gun. Early on in my playthrough, I acquired a bow, and you might be thinking, come on, really? How could a bow and arrow possibly compete with all of the other weapons this game has to offer? Well, I ended up using that bow up through the very last zone of the game. Don't sleep on it, I'm telling you. Melee weapons are a similar story, with a wide variety of unique options that can be customized with mods and combined with your other gear to create some incredible builds. During my time playing Remnant 1, I always saw melee weapons as secondary to firearms, a last resort when I was low on ammo or backed into a corner with nowhere to go. But I always loved seeing videos of players with absolutely bonkers melee builds that can melt bosses in seconds. If you find a sword, or axe, or claws that you like, or that you think could be the centerpiece of an OP build, don't sleep on them either. The addition of a firing range in Ward 13 is a great upgrade from the first game, allowing you to not only get a feel for each new weapon as you craft or unlock it, but also perform DPS tests before even stepping foot into a hostile environment. When you do venture out into the unknown, there's plenty of excitement and danger awaiting, including some incredibly well-constructed and challenging enemies that make the combat loop in Remnant 2 just as addicting as the first game's iteration. Enemy design is once again largely impeccable. Minor and major enemies both telegraph their attacks perfectly, and you can start recognizing each new enemy's distinct attack patterns within the span of only a few engagements. There is a truly massive variety of foes on offer, not only across the game as a whole, but within each distinct biome as well. You may encounter 1, 2, 3, or more subsets of enemies within a single zone, each with anywhere from 3 to 4 to 5 unique combatants or more. When I first arrived on Yeisha, I was slightly disappointed by an apparent lack of enemy variety compared to the zones I had conquered before, but about an hour later, the game was right back on track, pulling out some incredibly surprising and downright creepy encounters. Like the first game, there are also some truly rage-inducing enemies as well. The self-immolating fanatics from Lawson and the shielded ball robots on Nerud are two that come to mind. Both gave me some gray hairs, but the shielded balls were particularly unfun to fight. Yeah, those guys for sure. Another welcome carryover from the first game is its finely tuned combat audio. There were countless times where I'd be facing off against one enemy, would hear another preparing to attack me from off camera, and from the audio cue alone was able to perfectly time my dodge to avoid their attack. It's a testament to the game's spatial audio that even in the midst of chaotic boss battles and scraps with hordes of enemies, each sound is clear, distinct, and easily recognizable at all times. Not everything related to enemies in combat is sunshine and rainbows, however. There was a stunning lack of awareness on display for many of the game's enemies. There were times I could practically walk up and tap them on the shoulder before they noticed me, and their audio and visual detection radii could definitely both use a little tuning. Another major pain point, and this could just be a personal pet peeve, so take it with a grain of salt, was the lack of a reload indicator for most of the game's weapons. There were so many times where I'd be standing around waiting for my gun to reload, with no idea of when the reload would actually hit, so I could start firing again. Another problem that compounded this were some excruciatingly long reload times for many of the weapons I tried. To end this section on a high note, the Labyrinth from Remnant 1 also returns, but it's been expanded into its own distinct combat zone, albeit smaller in scale than the three major biomes. The enemy design here is completely new, and this mysterious intersection of realities offers a good mix of fodder and fearsome enemies to keep you on your toes as you jump between various dimensions, and also features one of the coolest boss encounters I saw during my playthrough. Speaking of which, we should probably dive into Remnant 2's incredible bosses as well. The first game's excellent boss design has also been carried over into Remnant 2, and these encounters are every bit as challenging, heart-pounding, and massively rewarding to complete as they were before, with one major exception. The bosses in Remnant 2 are, to put it plainly, some of the best I've seen in a Souls-like, or any game for that matter. From a combat standpoint, they each pose a unique challenge through encounter design, moveset, or in many cases, a combination of both. Fans of the genre will be familiar with the gameplay loop of stepping through a shrouded doorway into a new arena, watching a neat little intro sequence, and then promptly getting your ass handed to you over and over as you slowly digest the boss's moveset and mechanics on your way to a grueling, hard-fought victory. More impressive still is the fact that several bosses focus heavily, or exclusively, on non-combat mechanics in order to defeat them. One encounter will see you pitted against a formidable opponent, battling each other furiously over a board game? Another boss in the Labyrinth put on an incredible spectacle, blending mechanics with wild visuals for a truly stimulating experience that barely relied on damaging the player at all, but still gave you the feeling of being in mortal danger each time you stepped into the arena. Another nice inclusion were some remixed bosses on Yeisha. With the root's corruption taking hold, there were plenty of opportunities for Gunfire to bring back some beloved enemies from the first game, but don't think they cut corners by doing so. Each of these bosses are something entirely new compared to what they offered in the first game, and their usage never feels cheap or shoehorned in as fan service. One of these encounters featured a returning icon from the first game, fighting alongside a brand new enemy in a classic dual boss showdown, which was every bit as exciting and difficult as it sounds. I also ran into a fan favorite boss from the first game that wasn't even from Yeisha originally, but their inclusion here felt right at home, and it was a treat to fight and defeat their newest incarnation. The visual spectacle of each boss encounter is also top-notch, with some truly fantastic design going into these spaces. Without giving anything away, I can assure you that the game's final boss fight is a true masterpiece in every sense of the word. Brutal combat combined with eye-popping visuals and heart-pounding music result in an absolute masterclass when it comes to Souls-like boss design, and probably ranks within my top 10 coolest boss fights in any game I've ever played. There was one major exception to the game's excellent boss design, and man was it a bummer. The Abomination on Nerud was the only boss fight in the entire game that I actively disliked. Part of the Souls-like experience is sometimes feeling like you died unfairly. A boss barely clips your hitbox, or you slightly mistime your iframes, and you end end up back at your last checkpoint. Those things I can live with. But the Abomination was poorly designed on pretty much all fronts. The arena was too small, its hitboxes and attacks were too inconsistent, and its mechanics were frustrating and downright cheesy at times. I can see the goal they were going for, but it was poorly executed and stood out as a sore thumb even more due to the excellence on display with every other boss in the game. You can't win them all, but this one was a tough loss. And they had the audacity to reuse it as a major enemy later in the game. Can you believe it? All jokes aside, the combat and bosses in Remnant 2 follow the first game's excellent formula while making improvements in every area. It's a good thing then that the game's level design continues this impressive trend. The variety of levels in Remnant 2 is simply mind-boggling, with each biome's dungeons and other play spaces hiding a plethora of secrets to find and interesting activities to engage with. Whether fighting through hordes of enemies on a train hurtling through the depths of Nerud, sneaking through seemingly deserted but very much alive catacombs on Yesha, or navigating your way through a life-sized moving board game on Lossum, there is a painstaking attention to detail and wide diversity that simultaneously blows your mind while never feeling dull or overdone. One of my favorite encounters had me racing down a winding ramp, trying desperately to escape an oncoming lightning storm while mowing down the enemies halting my downward progress. It speaks to this studio's impressive grasp of how to create engaging gameplay sequences that many of my favorite dungeons didn't even have a boss at the end and were purely mechanic-based experiences. Remnant 2 is also stuffed to the brim with hidden gems to uncover in each biome. It is well worth your time to double-check every corner, unlock every seemingly impassable door, and double back at the end of a dungeon just to pick up that one item that was hidden before but suddenly appears before your eyes, beckoning you with its alluring purple glow. The amount of secrets I uncovered during my first run alone was staggering, and there were some cases where I could clearly see something waiting for me to unlock, but I lacked the necessary item or know how to get to it, which means I just have to do another run, or 2, or 3, so I can eventually add it to my collection. While you certainly can breeze through the game and beeline it straight to each objective, missing out on all those secrets the game has to offer truly makes for a lesser experience. It's clear that creating all these mysteries was a labor of love from the devs, and some of my favorite moments came from uncovering a hidden item or figuring out a puzzle keeping me away from a new area that I hadn't explored yet. You really want to take your time with this one. The extra minutes, let's be honest, hours you spend exploring are well worth the time and effort. With so many areas to explore and so many secrets to uncover, it's a blessing that the map in Remnant 2 is greatly improved over the one from its predecessor. Featuring more details, markers, and better 3D navigation, it makes exploring the game's often twisting corridors a breeze, and also helps you identify hidden areas and closed-off spaces waiting to be discovered. Despite the market evolution, it could use some slight improvements. Changing the view can be wonky at times, on both inputs, and custom markers would be a godsend for navigating back and forth across particularly tricky environments. Now that we've covered story, combat, and level design, we can wrap things up with potentially the most important piece of Remnant 2's perfect puzzle: build crafting. Your build begins with an archetype, synonymous with class in other games, which you will choose near the start of each new character's playthrough. Don't worry though. You aren't locked into this choice for the rest of the game, and what's even better, you'll unlock a second archetype slot later on, and that's where the fun really begins. They're a good baseline to start building your character around, but you aren't locked into anything, pretty much ever. It's quite rare to find a game that allows such freedom when it comes to build crafting in the endgame, never mind right at the very start of your adventure. The dual archetype system is honestly pure genius, allowing you to mix and match different aspects from different builds to create a unique combination of perks, skills, and traits that suit your exact fancy. Want to mix Gunslinger with Medic? You can do that. How about Handler and Challenger? You can do that too. And while you can only make use of the Prime perk, think Ultimate ability, from your primary archetype, mixing and matching the other skills, traits, and passives from both enables the formulation of some truly outlandish builds. And on top of all that, the concept of finding, yes, finding, several of the game's archetypes are secrets you must uncover before being able to use them, and leveling up a variety of different classes just reinforces the game's extreme level of replayability. I chose Handler for my first archetype, as I just couldn't turn down the idea of having a loyal doggo companion along for the ride. Well, I can assure you that the dog in Remnant 2 does much more than just stand around and look cute. They're actually kinda OP. You can customize their behavior with a variety of different stances to have them heal you, draw aggro, and increase your DPS. They also hold up quite well as a combatant in their own right. My furry friend would often one-shot minor enemies and could even tank quite a bit of damage from majors and even some bosses. And to top it all off, the dog's AI is quite impressive when compared to companions in some other games. They would almost always do exactly what I wanted them to, when I wanted them to do it, and rarely glitched out or got stuck on the environment. Far better than some of the tag-alongs we have to deal with in other titles. When I got around to unlocking my second archetype, I chose Medic, and this combination turned out to be quite formidable as someone who played through the entire game solo. Being able to draw enemy fire with your companion, shield yourself from damage and regenerate health, on top of dishing out damage with your weapons, served my playstyle quite well the whole way through. The best part is, the other archetypes I haven't even touched yet are just more reasons for me to go back and play the game some more. Beyond your archetypes, you'll have an avalanche of gear to choose from when further customizing your build. Beyond just weapons and armor, of which there are plenty, you'll also find dozens upon dozens of trinkets, relics, mods, and mutations to play with and further customize your setup. There's so much to choose from, it can frankly be a little overwhelming at times, but in a good way, where you aren't even sure which item to use because there are so many excellent options. One thing I noticed in contrast to the first game is that rings and relics seem to drop with such frequency that it was sometimes alarming, while armor and weapons seem to come fewer and farther between than they did before. While I only have one full run under my belt, I was expecting to see more guns and armor drop, but again, those are just 2 more reasons for me to return to the game and farm more gear. I almost didn't notice at first, but I reached a point roughly 2/3 of the way through my run where I stopped and said to myself, holy I feel powerful. Looking back, I could chart a clear path of progression where leveling up my archetypes, increasing my traits, upgrading my gear, and acquiring new items all came together in perfect unison to make me feel like an alien-slaying badass, which is the exact feeling I imagine Gunfire was hoping to elicit from their players. And to that I say, well done. One somewhat conflicting point about gear is the lack of set bonuses that were present on armor in Remnant 1, where before, acquiring and equipping an entire set of matching armor could provide build-defining bonuses. In Remnant 2, armor has a somewhat reduced role, serving more as stat houses than anything else. While I can see both sides of the coin, I do think armor feels a bit lacking in its impact on your build, and I hope to see a system like mods added later down the line to increase their customizability and impact on your playstyle. The most major complaint I've seen thus far has been around the cap on trait points. For those unfamiliar, Remnant 1 had a gameplay loop where, if you devoted enough of your life to the title, you could eventually unlock and max out every single trait across the entire game, effectively transforming you into an inescapable machine of destruction. In Remnant 2, this is not the case. There is a cap on how many trait points you can acquire, meaning the juiced up, maxed out builds from the first game simply aren't possible to create. The devs have already spoken on this topic, confirming their design decision to limit trait points as a way to make your investment into different options more meaningful. In the words of Syndrome from The Incredibles, when everyone's super, no one will be. This is another area where I can appreciate both viewpoints. On one hand, becoming an undeniable force of nature, a god amongst gods, is a nearly unmatched feeling that also requires a level of dedication that most players will never come close to reaching. But, on the other hand, being forced to pick and choose what areas you excel in, at the cost of deficiencies in some others, does make your build crafting more meaningful, if also more limited. With at least 3 DLCs planned for the game's first year, I assume more traits and trait points will be added later down the line, and the devs have confirmed the current cap isn't set in stone. If you're a returning vet who's dying for the opportunity to acquire every single trait point in existence, don't give up hope on that dream. It could come true at some point down the line. So, after singing Remnant 2's praises for the last however many minutes, I think it's quite clear where I stand on the sequel. It's incredible, and worth every penny you pay for it and every hour you invest in it. Whether you're a newcomer who's interested in trying out a spin on the Souls-like experience, a returning veteran with hundreds of hours in the first title, or somewhere in the middle, this package offers a little bit of everything for everyone, and a whole lot of something for most. Remnant 2 has already cemented itself as a contender for Game of the Year, and while I'm not quite ready to declare it the best game of 2023, I am certain it will be in contention for that spot, and the game has more than earned every bit of that sterling reception. Back at the start, I discussed how sequels typically end in one of 3 ways: apathy, adoration, or abhorrence. I am so pleased to say that Remnant 2 is a sequel that deserves your adoration through and through. The product Gunfire Games has served isn't perfect, but despite some stumbles along the way, it manages to hit the stride set for it by the first game, taking that title's unique combination of genres and ironing it to near perfection in the form of an outstanding sequel that I cannot recommend enough. If you haven't already, go check out Remnant 2. You won't want to miss out on this one. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe for more gaming content, and let me know your thoughts on Remnant 2 in the comments below. Thanks for watching. You're a real one, and I appreciate you. Catch you later, homies.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to watch this video because it's going to make me mad. It's a video called Dark Souls 2. Okay. Alright, I'm going to watch this video because it's going to make me mad. It's a video called Dark Souls 2 is epic.
You seen this next guy?
Bloodborne.
Please welcome
John Dark Souls.
I want to talk about
Blood.
Have you heard that
Blood
song? The guy from
Yarnam.
He has that song about
blood.
No. He's like
Blood hunters, blood hunter, blood.
Alright, no time for intros. This is a follow-up to my previous Bloodborne review. If you haven't seen it, don't watch it. It kinda stinks. But I'm here today to go back over my thoughts about Bloodborne, and it's for a very good reason. Thing is, I play the Souls games a lot. Elden Ring, Dark Souls, whatever. I beat them all about 50 to 100 times each. But with Bloodborne, I've only played that, I'd say around about 10, 12 times, and what happened recently on my very rare Bloodborne playthrough, every time I go back and play this game, I just seem to enjoy it, just like a little bit more, every time. And my last Bloodborne playthrough, seriously, was maybe one of the most fun Souls playthroughs I've had in a very, very long time. So I want to go back over my thoughts and feelings about this game. Some opinions might stay the same, some I can just elaborate further, and some might just change for the better. Yeah, I'm happy I could be open to kind of some of you guys' feedback and playing it for myself and appreciating different parts, which I didn't before. I really like this game, and in this video I'm purposefully going to play devil's advocate just to make some points which I also feel like you also should be open to thinking about, and just, you know, I'm not trying to change your mind, I'm just trying to make you think, you know, it's kind of fun. Anyway, enough of that. Time to get into the shittest thing about the game. Hey guys, I didn't expect this game to be a bit scary.
Who's this fucking spooky guy on the front cover of this fucking game? He looks well fucking spooky. Who's this kid, sir?
Okay, I'm gonna start off right away with my main problem about this game. And this is a surprising one to most because the world and the setting of Bloodborne is the main attraction for a lot of you out there. In short, I don't like Bloodborne setting because I'm not really into the spooky, gothic, eldritch stuff. It's never really spoke to me, and it's very clearly for a very certain audience. And that audience, unfortunately, is not me, and what's worth mentioning, probably not for a lot more people than you may think.
Hey, I fucking love what you're looking at, you scruffy fucking belly, and that's not Tesco's, you fucking dickhead. Fuck off.
But as I've played a bit more, that opinion of it has changed quite a bit. And firstly is that I love to do that little joke, oh, blood, nightmare, nightmare, blood, blood, blood. And my problem was before is that if you don't like just a shred of that kind of over-the-top, edgy blood setting, there's kind of no escape from it. What do you mean by my blood nightmare stuff? I kind of, maybe it's a little bit of an overcompensation. But there was a lot of blood. Like, look, I'm used to weapons imbued with blood. I use my healing item made of blood. My body is now covered in blood. I collect blood echoes, which go to my blood level. But now, I do kind of want to add something else, is that the variety within that setting. Even though I did say I didn't really like it, there's no escape from it. At least the game kind of changes it up enough to keep it fresh. For example, yes, we do have Blood Nightmare, blood, 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 blood. But we have Blood Nightmare in the city, Blood Nightmare in the forest, Blood Nightmare in the nightmare, funnily enough. But you can see my point. That it has its theme, but it takes it to a lot of different places. And that really helps me out. Shut up, guys, it's a good guy. And speaking of Blood Nightmare, Nightmare Blood, I got a lot of comments from people saying, hey, well, how can you say that when all Dark Souls is Souls of the Lords of Souls? And yeah, I agree. Dark Souls is that. Every single Souls story is incredibly 1B. Dark Souls is Lords of the Souls, Souls Lords. Elden Ring is Runes of the Great Tree, Runes of Runes. Sekiro is Dragons Immortal, Immortal, Dragon. The difference is, guys, I like that. I'm sorry, I really am running out of different ways to kind of say that unfortunately I just don't think it's cool. And that's how my opinion has changed. Because now, I can look at Bloodborne and say, you know what? Maybe you guys are right, fuck it. Let's say as a fact, this is a really cool setting. I mean, I can see the fucking thing. I can tell just by looking at it. It's really fucking cool. The game is just oozing with personality. You can tell just by looking at the fucking thing. And I think that's the main difference with how I've learned to kind of appreciate this game setting more, because before I just kind of dismissed it as cringe, but having kind of played a bit more, done some of the side quests, such as this, I can actually look at it and just say, you know what, that is actually really cool. But the difference is, unfortunately guys, I don't think it will ever go beyond just being cool for me. I can look at this and say, man, this is really fucking deep. You can tell this is like really cool. And that's the impression I get. Look, I'm trying to make contact. It gives you a little thing like that. It's so fucking cool. I can tell what I'm looking at's really cool. What's his backstory? I don't fucking know. I think in the actual story, like, they tried to make a god with all the scholars and stuff, and they made this. And they got pretty fucking close with this, apparently. That's the story. And again, if you're into Eldritch Horror, that's really fucking cool. Like, you make your own entity like that. Because I don't really care for like Lovecraft stuff. But that guy's just gonna fuck him. That guy's fucking just cutting his cock. Okay, what I'm trying to say, look at this. It's really cool. But if you're not into Lovecraft, what is there left for you? Well, it's really cool, but that's it. It's not, oh my god, this is the cool. No, it's just cool. And that's what it is. It's really cool. And the difference is, guys, like, really, do you really feel like I want to feel like that? Because the way that Bloodborne fans describe this game is literally like a life-changing experience. They go fucking mad for this stuff, man. They go mad for it. Do you feel like I really don't want to get that? But I just can't, because I'm not into it like that. I don't care about Lovecraft. I just think it's cool. And it doesn't really go beyond that. And that's a shame. I think that the best way I can wrap this all up is saying this. I enjoy Bloodborne's setting as much as I can without liking the setting. And it goes down to this. Like, Letty, why do you just keep saying that? If it's not for you, just don't play it. Like, fucking whatever. Like, the problem is that Bloodborne's setting is just so bam, smack in your face all the time. You can't really look the other way. Bloodborne wears its setting so proudly on its chest, as it should. All I'm trying to say is that if you're someone like me, or maybe like a lot of other people too, if you don't like just a shred of the over-the-top blood stuff, it's much harder to look the other way compared to most other games, because it's so damn proud of itself, as it should be. The niche audience it is very clearly going for loves it. But you gotta understand, as much that it doubles up the fans' enjoyment of it, equally on the other end, it doubles down everyone else's alienation and what the hell is, okay, whatever, it's cool, but the feelings of it. I don't know, I'm just kind of going around in circles here. As I said, I have a hard time appealing to those Bloodborne fans who do seem to kind of dismiss opinion, but I think it's important, I really do. Maybe it's as I said before, maybe that is the best way of describing it. I enjoy Bloodborne setting as much as I can without really being into it. And there's a lot more people out there than you may think who feel the same.
I'm not ready yet.
So now we're over that, time to talk about another huge difference in Bloodborne, which I wasn't a big fan of at first, but now I actually really do like. The trick weapon system. So why do I have a whole section of this video dedicated to it? Is that I just don't think it's this huge, crazy, game-changing aspect that some people seem to say about it. In my previous video, I was saying stuff about even though, yes, you can change the weapons and transform them, really, most people just end up using the one form 90% of the time. For example, the Shikage Katana, loads of people just use it in blood form. The starting sword cleaver, everyone just keeps it untransformed forever. But I did have a lot of people saying in response to this, okay, no. Sure, yeah, there might be a lot of people doing that, but me personally, I change forms all the time, which I agree with. Yeah, maybe I probably did also seem to forget there's also a lot of smart players out there who love constantly changing up the weapon to best suit the situations. So instead, I'm going to start again with this point and kind of come at it at a different angle. Hopefully you guys can maybe see where I'm coming from this time. Right, I want you to imagine Bloodborne and Dark Souls. In Bloodborne, when you want to change your form from the sword to the hammer, you can just press L1 and switch up on the fly like that. But in Dark Souls, you don't have the trick weapons. If you want to change things up, you gotta go into the menus and maybe put like a sword on slot 1 and a hammer on slot 2. Now, think about this one. If I wanted to change from a sword to a hammer in Dark Souls, technically, I am doing the exact same interaction physically. I am pressing one single button on my controller. In Bloodborne's case, I'm pressing L1. In Dark Souls' case, I'm pressing right on the D-pad. And I switched from a sword to a hammer. Technically, the exact same interaction happened in both of those games. I pressed one button and got a new weapon. So when talking about trick weapons, we gotta backwards engineer from this point, because if there's no difference, what's the point? So the elephant in the room here, weapon switching in Bloodborne lets you attack mid-combo. If you would like to switch weapons mid-combo, you can, and you get a sweet extra hit for it. This attack actually is so good, in fact, that some people constantly spam the weapon switch attack because it deals the most damage on some weapons. For example, the starting sword cleaver. So yeah, that's a good reason for weapon switching to exist, right? Well, for me, maybe not, because when you just spam the weapon switch attack for its damage, you are not weapon switching for the sakes of switching your weapon. You are weapon switching to do damage. It's almost as if it's an extra, like what, like R3 button, or like a weapon art. You are not switching weapons to switch the weapon. You're using it for a completely different reason. So no, for me, people who just spam the weapon switch for its damage, that doesn't really give me a reason to switch weapons, because you don't really care about switching weapons. It's almost as if it's completely insubsequential. It's like a byproduct of just doing this extra like weapon art. Okay, so forget about that. What about just normal, moderate use? Every now and then, I might just feel like switching up the weapon, like for a minute or so, maybe mid-combo for that extra bit of damage. And okay, yeah, that's really cool. But something to be very careful of here is you gotta think, really think here. If you feel like switching up your weapon, how much of that actually happens in combat? Because I asked this to my audience and they said to me, well, actually, when I think about it, I might see a big guy like in the city and say, oh, I need my big hammer for this, and switch before the combat starts. I like the idea too, Tio, how we have the big hammer for the big enemies you did stagger and the little quick sword for the quick dispatch. I like that. But the switching mainly, 95% of the time, it'll happen now, before the combat starts. You see an enemy, I'm like, oh, I need my big weapon. Do you see what I'm saying? It's still cool, but most of it happens outside of combat, like right now. The reason why it's really important to illustrate switching inside or outside of combat. If you're switching outside of combat, well, then we go back to our Dark Souls example of, well, technically you're doing the same thing at that point. There's no danger. You just switch. The extra attack doesn't matter if it's pre-combat. It does nothing. But with all that being said, I can't deny in those certain situations where I absolutely must switch weapons right now, no possible pre or post combat breaks, I have to switch now. It is really satisfying to do it mid combo and get that extra bit of damage. But at least with me and with the people I asked, again, those situations are just so few and far in between. It gives more beast to me to when beast blood palette. Well, okay, that's a good point. If you're the 1% of person out there who switches weapons to build up your beast pellet meter more, fair play. Fair fucking play. If you want to build up your beast pellet meter, you got me. Which is fair enough, that is a reason, but what? Okay. It's like, so it sounds like I actually don't like trick weapon switching, but no, I actually really do like it. It's for two fantastic reasons. One, you get 2 weapons upgraded for the price of 1 Titanite, and 2, it looks really cool. And that's an absolutely fantastic reason for it to exist. But all I'm trying to say here is this whole weapon switching thing with the mid-combat applications, it just doesn't quite sit right with me. The vast majority of the decision making to switch or not happens like pre-combat. Like when you see a big guy and like, okay, I've got to get the big weapon out. So at that point, it may as well just be pressing right on the D-pad to get out your big weapon. Look, leave combat, switch safely, full stamina, and go again. Now let's do it again by switching in combat. I have a sword. I'm not staggering him. Shit. Okay, change weapon. In combat. Change weapon in combat. Oh fuck! It's like look how clumsy it is. I'm at half stamina. Just leave combat, change weapon, and go nice and safely. Why would you do it in combat? Having said all this, I gotta be honest, I only really believe about half of it. Because really, all it takes to debunk all of this is for one person in the comments to say, hey, well, no, like, actually when I play, I switch combat styles in combat all the time when I play. And that's fair enough. I can't really argue with that. If anything, this whole section's really been about, it's just to make you really think here, like, come on now. You can at least maybe see that thematically, pressing the one button to switch weapons, pre-combat in most cases, isn't anything that new. If anything here, the question should be, if that's the case, why don't we see it in Dark Souls more often? And honestly, that's just a carry weight. If you don't know, Bloodborne doesn't have carry weight. And if we didn't have carry weight in Souls either, we probably would see a lot more weapon switching as we do in Bloodborne. Now, actually, when I think about it, this whole section actually just comes down to the fact of, does your game have carry weight or not? Oh, fuck it. So the last two sections here have been kind of parts of me which have kind of stayed the same but changed a little too. But now I want to get into stuff which I've really changed my mind about, and it's quite a few things. And firstly, it's the Chalice dungeons. I really like the Chalice dungeons. I feel like they get a bad rap. If you don't know, Chalice dungeons are these little pieces of side content accessed from the hub in which you can go into pre-made or randomly made mini dungeons and fight some cool bosses and get some really good loot. So the enemies here, you actually get some Chalice exclusive enemies and bosses, like enemies you can't find anywhere else. And at first, like myself and maybe some of you guys would say, oh well, that's a shame, I'd like them to put those enemies into the normal world. But now I really do feel like it's worth keeping those exclusive, because it's just really cool to come here and get a totally fresh, like, whoa, what is that experience? I mean, look at this guy, for God's sake. Look at this, it's like a big naked guy with a big hammer. And he's like rolling about. It's worth seeing these guys. I'm gonna hit this guy and go, oh, look, you can see his bum. Look at that roll. He's like, look at that. It's really fun. And you do want to come here and see these enemies, you know? Secondly, the rewards. You can get a lot of unique things here, but in my opinion, I want to talk about the gem rewards. Gems are these little things you can put onto your weapons, and they can change the scaling, they can add flat damage, they can give you certain buffs, etc. Now, the gems in the Chalice dungeons are very, very good. Like, game-breakingly OP good. You can get some amazing gems super early that 100% outshine what you'd get in the normal late game. But the reason why I don't mind it being that game-breakingly OP is that, yeah, these are very, very powerful, but it's not like you need them. Like, a lot of players, probably yourself included, can get by just fine without these, that you don't need them to beat the game. You probably feel quite powerful enough to beat the game without these anyway. On this playthrough, like my 12th, it's the first time I ever actually farmed these and got these really cool gems. And fuck me, it is the most powerful I've ever felt in Bloodborne. Like, this shit fucking rocks. Like, by all accounts, you don't need it, but it's still there if you want to go bananas with it. I love the Chalice dungeons being this optional thing which you can go into, get some really cool shit and fight some new enemies. It can only be a positive to me. I like that a lot. But having said all that, it still does seem in like most people's normal gameplay, a lot of people still do seem to overlook the Chalice dungeons here and just like, don't interact with them. I know I didn't for my first 8 playthroughs, and I think there's a very good reason why. A lot of these dungeons have a cost entry requirement. To even get in to the dungeons, you need to pay these random ass currencies like Blood 5, 2 Mold 5, like whatever. And a lot of people would just rather not go on a fucking treasure hunt for all this shit. So for me, if these cost entries were not here, we probably would see a lot more people using and enjoying the Chalice dungeons. It's a big shame because I really like it and I think everyone should see it at least once. But at the same time, can you be arsed playing fucking treasure hunt with this shit? Okay, last section, and I want to quick fire off a bunch of things I've changed my mind about, or things that I now love. So, Bloodborne DLC. It's very, very good. Now, usually I don't like talking about DLC in my reviews, because believe it or not, there's a lot more people who have not played any Souls DLC. This can be either because they can't afford it, or that they only have ever done the one playthrough of each game. And when they're told, oh my god, you should totally go back and do the super hard fucking content, they're like, no man, I struggled enough on my one playthrough. Like, I don't want to go back and like get my ass kicked again. So no, like a lot of people don't actually play DLC, and that's fine. But I just can't overlook Bloodborne's DLC. Because it's absolutely banging. Like, it reaffirms all of my now positives about this game, cranks up the combat impossibly higher, and the way they've done it, I think at least, it's not just a fight, is it? It's everything. The atmosphere, the designs, the fucking hell, the music here. It's the best track in all of Souls, isn't it?
Fucking personnel, fuck boy.
As I said before, the setting here is something I don't like, but again, the DLC takes it to places which I absolutely love. Look, it's actually fucking daytime. I like that a lot. It's really cool. And again, even though I don't like the Eldritch shit, the fishing hamlet it's just fucking cool though, isn't it? This all accumulates in the Orphan of Kos, and I don't know if this is just me, having played the other Souls games like hundreds of times, and Bloodborne only about 10 times, but Orphan of Kos, to me, is still one of the hardest Souls bosses, like still, of all time. I don't know, maybe people who have played Bloodborne a lot, like themselves, can tell me in the comments if they feel like it's different, but I just find it amazing about how most of these old bosses from older games, like Dark Souls 1, they've kind of fallen off. Especially when Elden Ring has these new bosses and new movesets. It kind of makes the old games seem a bit easy. But no, Orphan of Kos still stands up after all this time in a timeless level of difficulty. And that's really, really good to see. As I said, I don't want to spend too much time on DLC, but now I really want to readdress the parrying because I've changed my mind about this. I really quite like it now. Previously, I said I think it kind of sucks that the parry hitbox is the actual bullet, meaning that you can actually time your L2 parry press perfectly by all accounts, but the bullet can simply just miss by like clipping through a piece of clothing or whatever. And I do still feel like that kind of sucks, but I also feel like now it's outweighed by something much more important, and it's that now your parry has range. I want to take this for example. Now parrying is all about baiting out that one attack that you know how to punish. If you try and parry everything you see, you're probably going to get your wiener. But it's all about baiting and seeing that one attack that you know and you know how to punish it. And it's a really cool thing. But now, since the parry is based on the projectile, you can get that punish from so many more positions. Like here, for example, I'm just standing back and I'm waiting for that one attack that I know, and there it is, boom, parry from a good distance. I can rush in and get the punish. Now, that might seem cheap, but I think it's great because it's gone back and doubled down on that parrying philosophy. You have seen that one attack that you know, that one punish, and now, as long as you can see the fucker, you can punish it. You don't have to be up close. No, you can, as long as you see it, you can get it. And that to me is the correct kind of philosophy around parrying. So yeah, after thinking about it from that way, I do very much feel like it's worth it, having that kind of weird projectile kind of hitbox gimmick. Alright, it's just spamming me with dumb shit now, come on. Stop smiling me, come on, man. Oh, no way that hits. Do you want to play fucking Bloodborne, or do you want to do this shit all day? Do you want to play Bloodborne, or do you want to do this shit all day, mate? What do you want to do? We are not playing Bloodborne right now. We're playing fucking Projectile Simulator. Fuck this. Do you want to play Blood? Oh, the parry didn't fucking work, you piece of shit game. Do you want to play Bloodborne or what, mate? Thank you. Let's play Bloodborne. Let's play fucking Bloodborne for a sec. Does the parry want to fucking work? I swear.
You know what? I've changed my mind. This game's actually fucking pretty sick when you think about it. This game's fucking awesome. This game rocks my fucking cock off. How do I play this modern game?
Okay, so we're at the conclusion here, and I'm not going to keep the Bloodborne fans waiting, because they love this shit, man. When someone's trashed the game before, and then they come around to liking it, they seriously get off to that shit, man. So here, plain and simple, do I like this game now? Yes, I do. Bloodborne is a very, very fucking good game. And then, was I wrong about Bloodborne? You know what, yeah. I probably am. Given the amount of circumstances stacked against me, I think it's probably easier to say that this is just flat out one of the best Souls experiences, or even gaming experiences, of all time. But here's the problem. Do I want to play Bloodborne? No, not really. It's no mistake why I've only played this one 10 times, because when I think about Dark Souls, I get excited. I'm like, oh my god, I get to kill a little fucking goblin, that sounds sick. When I think of Bloodborne, I'm like, I get to kill a blood nightmare. Can't be arsed, doesn't really speak to me. Plot twist, he hates it. I had the potential to do the funniest fucking thing ever, but I just get to the conclusion of the video and say, you know what, it's still shit. But I just can't, man. Like, I really do feel like you've got to be really into that edgy Blood Nightmare Eldritch stuff. Like, it's almost, to me, a hard requirement for being absolutely enamored by this game, like so many have been. And really, at this point, I now feel like that's a shame that I don't get it. As I said before, I really have a hard time trying to appeal to the hardcore Bloodborne fans here, because they talk about it as if you're just a flat-out fucking idiot for not liking this or understanding, implying that if I actually did understand it, I have no choice but to like it. I don't really have any interest in getting it, because it's not for me. And that's where, unfortunately, the line is drawn. So, was I wrong about Bloodborne? Yeah, I was. If you really wanted to kind of go there, you can consider this as a fact to be the best depiction of eldritch horror in a video game. As a fact. And at the end of the day, I've kind of changed around to thinking, you know what, actually, yeah, this is really cool. But then it's a shame it doesn't go beyond that. I don't know, maybe I said it the best as I said before. I really do enjoy Bloodborne as much as I possibly can without being into it.
Dear, what was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? I must wait a moment.
Blizzard has stopped pretending.
It's abundantly obvious that Activision Blizzard are not the most popular bunch these days, and it's an interesting thing.
We haven't watched a Belluar video for a while. Like, it hasn't been long enough because, like, you know, Belluar has the same problem that I do with, like, his hair, you know? So, it hasn't been long enough for there to be, like, a visible difference. But I'm pretty sure by the time Dragonflight is over, you know, if he has to cover, you know, Diablo 4, it's gonna be a different story.
This time they said, even to their own staff, that the good times were always just around the corner.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we're around that corner, and we can actually see what is there. And broadly speaking, it is games that are pretty good, as just games made by designers, but also games that as overall products have severe issues.
They really should have farmed more simps by making Mei unrealistically thick whenever she took off her coat in like that cinematic. They really could have, like, that really would have taken Overwatch so much farther. That by itself, no, really, like, I mean, that would have done more for the brand than probably adding PvE to Overwatch 2.
What's became clear is they want our time and our money. Now,
Same
that
with
is a
Lilith,
fair thing.
yeah.
It just needs to be a fair exchange of our time and money in return for whatever we get from the publisher. And that is when the feelings of being nickel and dimed don't rest easy with the customer. And
who's your operator? Kevin Durant. Nothing says Call of Duty more than Kevin Durant with a green beret and an AK-47. Bro, this game lost the fucking plot. Who the fuck wants to play Kevin Durant? It's the dumbest fucking thing. It's a bunny version of Kevin Durant. Red Easter Kevin Durant.
That is exactly the problem we're seeing now. More egregious business models, right? Because the way that they're handling their battle passes and handling their microtransactions do actually manage with just that little bit
That
of
guy looked like a cyberpunk version of the Island Boy.
extra craftiness to stick out in the industry. And if you're coming to this video being somebody that knows of Diablo 4, knows of Overwatch 2, but maybe doesn't know as much about World of Warcraft, trust me, I've got a great story
Well, the
about
dog. They use the. Never mind.
the goddamn crafty thing that they have just started doing in World of Warcraft.
Okay, here we go.
I think you're going to love it, or at the very least, find it grimly interesting.
Yeah.
So that's the situation. Amazing as games, really, honestly, quite dubious as products. So let's dive in to the microtransactions of Activision Blizzard and go across the whole group in a worldwide tour provided by our sponsor. Polish up your goofy gamer brain. Mine needs it. And if you want to learn topics like maths and computer science, essentially become that modern-day wizard, then interactively break big problems down into small ones, learn and understand with brilliant.org/Belluar News.
I should make my viewers do it, especially for statistics. I'll like say a statistic and people be like, well, that's not the same for me. Well, I don't think like that.
First 200 to click my link get 20% off an annual plan, and where they've got a 30-day free trial. So why not? It's worth it. I mean, take the number crunching that goes into video games, right? Well, if you got started learning the fundamentals of computer science, a 3-part course that takes you through the pillars of the field, then perhaps hit up neural nets and algorithms, then you'll get a really good understanding of how things actually work. In one of the games that I played back in the Battle for Azeroth expansion, lag in the game completely exploded. It got insane. And the reason why is the sort of thing you will learn here.
Well, the reason why the lag was bad is, you see, you had to load in every single Azerite trait that anybody could have theoretically had, and you had to load in the numerical calculated values of Azerite trait damage from the Azerite gear that the player had in their bank and on their character. So that's why the lag was bad. And that was also for every single layer. So even if you were on a different layer, you still had to do it.
And they do so much more, partnering with amazing creators like Sabina Hossenfelder, Real Engineering, and Kurtzgesagt. Brilliant basically takes the stuff that wasn't fun in school unless you're on a total legend of the teacher, and it actually makes it exciting and fun. Approaching things here as an adult, I get a sense of accomplishment that boosts my day. I think a quiz-based approach to learning is exactly the right one. So you can get started now. First one to click my link gets 20% off at brilliant.org/value-news. And then, of course, just go for the 30-day free trial. Alright, that's Brilliant. Check them out. Let's go. World of Warcraft, my home territory. This is going to be a fun one. Of course, World of Warcraft having a paid subscription would usually insulate it from most of the bad. Now, of course, MMO.
I mean, not anymore, bro. Like, that hasn't been the case for 10 years. Like, I've been mad about store mounts for over 10 years, and to be fair, Belluar has also been mad about store mounts for 10 years. But here's the truth. Is that Final Fantasy does it, and people, listen, if, for example, a restaurant could serve shit and have people eat it, they would serve shit and have people eat shit. So, is it really the company's fault that people like eating shit? Or is it the shit eaters' fault because they just keep eating shit?
Have changed a bit. The two largest MMOs right now, Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft, both sell additional services such as leveling.
Hey, yo, fuck off Burger King. Burger King's delicious. Fuck off.
Boosts, you know, job boosts, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Character services, and of course, forms of cosmetic content on their in-game stores.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft also has WoW Token, which is an innovation that is borrowed from CCP Games, who are the Icelandic developer of EVE Online.
Yeah.
They, of course, pioneered the pilot license extension, Plex, which is basically just a way to kind of buy gold in-game, but all in a way that is actually taking part in the player economy. Kind of interesting, but it's old news. Today, what I want to focus on is the new thing that most non-WoW players will have no idea about, but makes for a great story. This is the Trading Post, right? Now, the Trading Post is a little area in Stormwind.
The Trading Post is a battle pass system that's added into the game every month. That's what it is. It's basically a battle pass for the month of activities for you to do.
Orgrimmar, you go there, you click on the NPC, and what you
it's
get...
great, by the way. The Trading Post is a universal W. Well, it was until now. But yeah, I actually think it's a great system. It's great design. I think it's awesome.
Is every single month a different set of cosmetic items that you can purchase.
They're really
cool.
cool.
They're purchased for a currency called Trader's Tender. You get 500 Trader's Tender from owning the Dragonflight expansion. You get 500 Trader's Tender per month that your account has subscription. And if you don't log in for a month, you don't lose it or anything. Then, of course, you get 500 a month by just playing the game.
Ooh,
that
that's
means
the
for most
worst
people, you
part.
get 1,000 Trader's Tender a month. And for that Trader's Tender, you buy items on the store. Blizzard's intent, of course, is you can't buy everything in the store every single month. But that is going to be something that they think will feel a bit more okay, because as time goes on, things will rotate in and out of the store.
Right.
And broadly speaking, it's just a little bit more spice and reinforcement to play the game.
I think the Trader's Post is a universal W, and I have nothing bad to say about it at all. It's only good.
And broadly speaking, players actually really liked it.
Yeah.
It was a way for Blizzard to give people access to new cosmetics. It wasn't some crazy paid thing on top of your, your subscription. If you wanted a cool cloak or a scarf or whatever, you could just go and get it. It actually felt good to players. It was a smart move. However, then things began to change. We found this, the Guardian Pack. Right here, you can see it costs...
Do you want to be Medivh, the Guardian of Tirisfal, who opened the Dark Portal? Okay, well, give us $5. All right, well, now you're Medivh.
£6.80 in the UK. Now this gives you basically 3 items, but the disclaimer text says that this is a time-limited deal until May 31st, so it leaves the store at that point.
Ooh,
but
I missed out.
Items from the pack will arrive on the Trading Post between September 1st and December 31st, 2023.
Which I really, by the way, I don't really care about this that much. If you can buy a cosmetic early and you can get it in-game as well from, the Trading Post, I really feel like this is... I don't think... Bro, we pay a sub and we buy expansions. We shouldn't have any of this in the game. There should not be any of this. But if there is any of it, this is probably the least painless one.
The idea here is, hey, do you want this thing early? If so, buy it now. Also, if you buy it now, then you won't have to buy it with your limited trader's tender in the future. What happens if these items come into the store in, you know, between September and December, and the store just happens to be very expensive that
Maybe
month?
they should add Atieshin to this.
Well, that actually is going to be the case. So suffice to say, people who are maybe caught between getting the new shiny thing that's appeared in the store or the Guardian pack, if they've already
That'd be
bought
a
the
good
Guardian
idea.
pack, they're going to feel pretty good about all the tender that they saved.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is where it gets interesting. A whole bunch of assets were data mined, and they looked like almost, you know, mobile game gem bundles. They look like that. Ian has a coast.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wonder why.
Said, nope, we are not going to be selling Trader's Tender directly. They may be a part of, quote, significant bundles. Now, at the time, he mentioned, like, the, you know, the collector's edition of an expansion. He said, hey, if a collector's edition has got some Trader's Tender in it, that's pretty good, because then somebody gets the cosmetic that they know they definitely want, instead of just something that we've bundled in that they may not like.
Yeah,
But you know what? I think the Trader's Tender is just about a perfect thing to put on the collector's edition, you know, tier of a game. That makes a lot of sense. But we always thought significant bundles. So expansion editions and perhaps the BlizzCon virtual ticket, but probably not anything more. That, however...
why the fuck do people even buy this? Like, it takes like 2 hours to do this a month. Like, am I crazy? Like, it takes like 2 hours. Why do people need to buy this? Like,
everybody is where things changed. And they've changed in the form of a genuine microtransaction. The Corsage pack. It costs £4.50, right? And it contains 2 Corsage.
Yep, there it is, right there. You get to spend money, and you have to buy a corsage for all the people that never went to prom. I never went to prom, personally. It's because of this game. Primary reason.
These are just like little flower things you put in your wrist. Now, those corsages...
I'm shocked. Yeah, I know.
There
Big
are other
surprise,
corsages
guys.
that I believe were on the store, and they cost either 150 or 100 Trader's Tender. So it contains 2 of those worth 200 Trader's Tender, but it also contains just 200 Trader's Tender. So it is directly sold as a part of this bundle. Now, because of the way this bundle is, people are thinking, that's not a significant bundle. And now we're basically all thinking, oh shit, I know what they're doing. They're turning the screw. They're increasing the pressure. They are going to...
I don't know why they don't just add Trader's Tender to the store. Why not just let people buy it? Like, I mean, you let people buy gold. Like, I mean, what do you... Like, what's left? Yeah, just give them time. I mean, bro, like, just fuck the slippery slope. Push them off the cliff.
To make the store more expensive as the months go on, but then they're going to start selling more and more small bundles with bonus tender in them.
Of course.
This very much seems like the start of that. Many would say, or at least a few months ago, hey, you're making a slippery slope argument. Well, now that we have slid down that slope, I think we can, you know,
slippery slope arguments, the reason why it's a slippery slope arguments are not fundamentally a fallacy. Slippery slope arguments become a fallacy whenever you draw a correlation between 2 unrelated things. There are, of course, many examples of things that are functionally a slippery slope argument of getting your foot in the door as a salesman, or anchoring a price in the person's mind. Like, there are a lot of these techniques that exist in psychology, and people that use slippery slope, 95% of them don't even understand what it means or what the actual fallacy is versus what the actual implication is of it. Like an argument to authority, for example, this is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a bad thing whenever the authority is not attached to any sort of credibility on the topic. People don't know shit. It's not a slippery slope at all.
Look at how far we've slid and how much mud we're covered in. And this is where it gets interesting. So here,
Bro, we at the
I
bottom.
calculated the cost, right? I've calculated every single month of the trading
Something is
post.
what about a man?
Remember,
1,000
you get
values?
1,000 per month. So February, 5,025. March, 4,650. April, 4,725. May, 4,075. June, 5,750. You may think, oh, June, that's getting a wee bit more
That's a
pricey.
lot.
Oh boy. July, 6,200. However, they did give us a bonus 200 that could be earned in-game for July and August.
Oh, wow.
But August is where it really accelerated because the total cost of the trading post in August is 8,200. That is actually double the cost of May.
So what they're saying is they're going to make the game more realistic by adding in inflation? Oh, that's good.
And August is also the month where they had a $15, they had a $15 transmog that will be in the trading store or the trading post in the future. So they just did the Guardian Pack thing again. Now, of course, in the context of seeing how expensive this trading post is, a lot of people think, oh boy, I really want to save those tender when I can.
Yeah.
Then they also did the Corsage Pack, so you get another 200. But here's where it gets more interesting. And it is these. These are class-based.
These are really cool, man. That's badass. The warrior one, I'm assuming, on the left, that looks cool.
Sets of armor. You can see here, these are the main
it's
bits
Paladin.
of armor that kind of define the
What the
silhouette of a
fuck?
character. They're designed for mixing and matching. We got those. We have some, look at these Paladin weapons. They look
That
pretty
looks pretty
sick,
cool.
right? Now, the weapons cost 500.
Oh, wow.
And the armor for one class, of course, costs 450.
Oh, wow.
That's 950. And bear in mind
Oh,
that
wow.
one earns a maximum of 1,000 every single month.
Oh, wow.
They're doing 3 classes a month. And then in
Right.
December, there'll be 4 classes. So that is like 2,850 more tender. And then other items will be data mined as well. So if we look at
I mean, I still think that's totally fine. I mean, like, am I the only person that doesn't think this is a big deal? Just because there are some OCD, hyper, like, weird fucking completionist people in the game. Like, I don't think it's a big deal that they add in a bunch of new sets. Like, who cares? Oh my god, you can't buy every single one the day it comes out. It's broken. I have to get everything. Like, get the fuck out of here. Just relax. Fucking relax.
this price trend where we see August being 8,200, that is either going to stay the same or continue.
But it could be a dungeon drop. I unironically think the trading post is good for the game. I do. I don't think adding this as a dungeon drop into a Wrath of the Lich King dungeon would be any better. I do. I just buy it. No, I buy it by playing the game if I want to. Like, I'm not talking about the store mount. I'm just saying the pricing is not, I don't think it's a big deal.
So, to recap what we've seen here, they've started putting more and more and more tender in, in the game, right, with this Corsage bundle. At the same time, they have increased the cost of the items and the quantity of the items they're putting into the store every single month, going from 5,000 to now 8,200. So essentially, they are setting things up so the tender will be something that they can monetize via these small bundles like the Corsage pack or the Guardian.
Well, it makes sense, right? Because you want to incentivize people to feel like they want to buy more tender, and so then they buy the packs to get more tender. Yeah, of course. As I said, I think that after the WoW token, everything else is on the table. You can buy anything with gold that you want in the game, and you can buy gold with real money. Cry me a fucking river, or if we're going to talk about them adding fucking cosmetics that you can buy into the, you can buy gold. Like, how does nobody even talk about, it's like nobody even talks about this. What the fuck? Gotcha and WoW stuff? Here's the thing, I know a lot of people are sad about the state of WoW. You can play Classic Era right now. And there's no gotcha in Classic Era. There's no WoW tokens in Classic Era. You can go and play it right now. Yeah, that's right. And for now, we can enjoy that. And on Hardcore WoW that's coming out in a few days, there's not going to be any of this shit. So I can just not think about it. It's sad to see what the game has turned into. But in a way, I don't even think it's the game's fault. It's the player base's fault. The player base has made the game what it is. They've accepted it, and Blizzard has just simply adapted to the audience. I'm not, like, that angry about this. Like, actually, that's not true. I am angry about it. But it's just people have accepted this for years. They're complacent with it. And they don't care. Like, anybody that plays WoW, like, I get shit on constantly for saying these things are problematic. Am I crazy for not giving a fuck about cosmetics whenever you can buy and sell gold? You were the voice of reason when everyone else said you were a madman? Yes, everybody else said I was crazy. Everybody was shitting on me. I was getting shit on constantly for years. Fuck it. This is what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. Yeah, when they...
And when you think about it, what is their goal? It is to increase the average revenue per user. At a stage in the life cycle of Dragonflight expansion where, look, this is an expansion that's retaining people really well. It's not getting a lot of new people in.
Yeah, people got really mad about the Tyrael's Charger. I am so amazed how much value people place in, like, trash cosmetics like this, by the way. Like, I had Tyrael's Charger back in the day. You know why? It's because I signed my dad's credit card up to pay for WoW for a year. It has no value, no meaning. It's simply it's not even a participation reward. It's a money reward. I bought this with real money 10 years ago. Give it to everybody in the game for all I care. It doesn't matter. Jeez.
People really well. It's not getting a lot of new people in. Of course, you still want to make money go up.
Huh?
Therefore, you try to make more money out of the people that you do have. This is exactly how they are doing it. Now, it's this, you know, the phrase, turn the screw, right? To increase the pressure. This is what actually made me make this video. I just thought, oh yeah, they're totally screwing up the pressure here. I think we should do a recap of all the things they're doing across their business so that people can understand how...
I don't know. I feel like the frog is already at boiling point temperature. If you want me to be honest, I think the frog is already overcooked. So, like, if you turn the temperature up at this point, the frog's been dead for 5 years. It's not even gonna mind.
Companies trying to make money out of them. So that's World of Warcraft covered. However, next we're going to go to Call of Duty. Now, Call of Duty still retails for 70 USD. Warzone is free to play, and both COD and Warzone all share the same microtransaction store. Now, if you go to the...
Wasn't Warzone 1 so good on release, man? Dude, that was such a fun game. I had so much fun playing. It was actually such an incredible fucking game. Like the Gulag and the John McCain simulator, fucking the loadouts, being able to buy people back. Oh man. Dude, I remember like me and Nick and Train would play Warzone pretty regularly. It was so fun. I wish we could go back to that. It was like 2020.
Steam store, and remember, this is on the Steam store, just bonus packs.
Jesus.
You see a total of £343. That's maybe, yeah, I forget what the exact exchange rate is. Maybe that's like $550, $600, something like that. Anyway, it's quite a lot of money. Of course, you then add to that Call of Duty points for all the things that you buy in game with COD points. Then we have got the DMZ bundles, which, as I've covered numerous times on this channel, do...
What is this? Like... Who is this guy?
Well, do contain, like, mild pay-to-win elements, but they still are player power for buying.
Oh, here we go. Snoop Dogg, Return of the Shizzle. And it's Snoop Dogg with the 2 fucking machine guns. That one looks like Keemstar, to be fair. Holy shit, guys. Call of Duty really, man.
The thing. So, I'm sorry, it's the principle that counts. Now, within Call of Duty, there is actually the option to earn enough Call of Duty points within a Battle Pass to purchase the next Battle Pass. This is something that is not done in Diablo 4 or in Overwatch 2. So usually there is 300 per season on the free track or 1,300 COD points on the full Battle Pass. But the thing is, very obviously, you can just spend those in-game. Most of the desirable bundles cost 2,400 points.
Oh, there it is, Kevin Durant. Nothing says Call of Duty more than Kevin Durant with a green beret and an AK-47. With Homelander and fucking Snoop Dogg, and there's also a rabbit. And there's a cat operator as, oh my god. Does the cat, like, I feel like being a cat would be bad, because wouldn't it make the hitbox bigger? You can play as Messi? Oh my god.
The community are now really quite pissed off about. What is this? Since May, they've started to put those out at 3,000 points.
Was that to 30
the point
bucks?
is that while, your battle pass gives you 1,300 points and you buy the next battle pass with it, the real goal is to bring you into the ecosystem, right?
Oh,
now,
yeah.
the thing is, what if you want Black Cell? Because Black Cell is their latest revenue innovation, and this is something that actually was soaring up the Steam.
This is, okay, so it's Premium Battle Pass. I get it. Yeah, they changed the name. This actually hoodwinked me for a good 3 seconds. But yeah, okay, so this is just an upgraded version of a Battle Pass. So it's like another tier Battle Pass. Good. Really good idea here.
Charts. It was doing that well, and that's just people buying it through Steam. So Black Cell is a premium battle pass on top of the paid battle pass that gives you additional rewards that can only be purchased with real money. So it itself has got like new unique things, but also Black Cell.
Is this that anime girl that they put on the gun that talks to you like a scuffed version of Cortana? That's it, right? Yeah? Okay, I thought so.
Basically, it changes up some of the pathing in the battle pass to give you a bit more freedom and unlock some of the more high-tech things a bit earlier. At least one of the Black Cell passes did that. And yes, every time Black Cell releases, it goes to near the top of the Steam charts.
You want to know my unironic ranking for like I haven't played Warzone in so long, I'm not even sure. You know what I think the best BR is? Fortnite. I think it's the best BR. It's the best playing BR. Yeah. I think it's incredible. It's a great game. Apex? I think Apex is a great game. I like Fortnite more though.
Of course, that's not even considering
Apex is a great game.
spending money,
Apex
because the thing that goes up the Steam charts, I believe, is actually the Black Cell bundle, because that is listed as a piece of DLC on the Steam platform. So as we can see here, the seasonal Call of Duty model is something that's really defining what an Activision Blizzard game is going to be looking like in the future. And even if one looks at the very ill-advised Crash Team Rumble, which is not getting a full section in today's video because frankly it's just not that important of a game.
Nobody cares.
But it did launch with a free battle pass for pre-order copies, and of course,
the Crash Team Rumble, you know what this feels like? This feels like whenever somebody has like a loved one resurrected as a zombie and they have to kill them. You know, and something like, I don't know if they did this in The Walking Dead, never really watched it. But it's like one of those things where it's like you have this childhood game that you love, and it has like a battle pass now, and there's like fucking like an NPC that shames you for not spending money, you know.
Only up for the battle pass. That's of course to get that continued engagement after launch. Now of course, as we know, these are practices that are making their way over from Call of Duty towards the other games. So let's talk about Overwatch 2. I'll do this quick because we've talked about this game a lot anyway. So there's one good positive here, and that is no loot boxes. The problem, of course, is everything else that followed, because look, with those loot boxes, they suck. Every time you leveled up, you got one. And that meant that your average Joe playing the game could...
I don't know why they don't just add loot boxes back and make it to where you can't buy them. Like, wouldn't that just make the game better and make people want to play it more? Because, like, I guarantee you, people probably burn out and they stop playing, and then they don't come back and spend more they don't spend more money. Because at least if you have loot boxes, you have, like, and this is why the loot boxes in Overwatch 1 were good, as a reward for gameplay. Like, buying loot boxes is bad, that's it, right? So, like, let's just get that out of the way. We're just talking about getting loot boxes from winning or playing a game. The reason why it was so good is it provided a progression system that was beyond just ranking up. Because this is a problem that a lot of these, like, competitive games have, is that people will, like, rank up and they'll go from, like, you know, bronze to silver, from silver to gold, and then maybe go from gold to, like, plat or something like that. And then they'll just kind of sit there, right? And so if somebody's sitting at plat and they're plateauing, and what the fuck is the progress in the game? What are they doing? And I think that if you have cosmetics that you can work towards, at least you're doing something. You win the game, you lose the game, you still make progress towards something. And the cosmetics were that available. They were that system. And that's what made it available and possible for people to do that. So I don't know why they don't just add the loot boxes into Overwatch 2 and just not make them viable. Or make them less common, or make them give a little bit less stuff, because the game's free now. I feel like anything would be better than what they have now. I don't know, am I crazy? Like, I think, like, I don't think this would ruin the game. I don't think it would ruin people's, like, demonetization. Fuck. You could even make it where you couldn't buy the mythic skins. You can make it like, oh, you can only buy them with, like, USD or whatever. Like, that would kind of be cheesy or be stupid. But, like, even that would be better than what we have. They want money? Well, here's the thing, man. Is, like, you're not going to get any money from a person who's plateaued out on their ELO, and they're just not going to play anymore because there's no progress and nothing that they're doing in the game. They're just playing the same game over and over and over again with no progress, no movement, no progression, no goal, nothing. That's the problem. So, like, whenever those people aren't getting into the game, well, if they're not playing the game, they're not going to be spending money on it.
During a new event, actually have a shot
at
at getting those new skins and stuff by just playing the game. That is essentially dead now. So Overwatch 2 has followed the COD seasonal model, but it's actually made things so much worse. Number one, rapid seasons, but the Battle Pass on the store launched the same day as the game, unlike in Call of Duty where that stuff's actually delayed post-launch. New characters are locked behind the Battle Pass, and the Battle Pass does not have enough currency within it to purchase your next Battle Pass. This immediately...
A very important context for this, you know, like, as I said, I've shit on Overwatch a lot, but the characters in competitive are not available immediately whenever they're put out in the game. So you do have enough time to farm them. It's not like you have to buy them day one of them being released in order to play. So it is that it makes it, it's not good, but it's better.
What's up, drew a lot of ire. Progression was kind of slow, everything felt messy. It started as a bad product and continued on as such. Some things have got better.
I'm gonna guess you are getting either like on or off every time at the same time. Every day at the same time, yes. That's what I wanted to say, you know, not the other stuff around. But I once had like access to, I think, your voice server, Discord, and I don't know, is it here? I have like Gamers with Accents, which is, I think, MMO Yeti server, Hermit's Den, Grandfather Hermit server, the Psycho Ghost, Elden Ring, Vatividia, that Polish guy that lives in Ireland that streams RPGs, Remnant 2 server, but I don't know. Is it the Band of Brothers? it's not. Which one is it? I don't know. Oh, there it is. There it is. Ah. Found it. Yep. Okay.
At least when they do events now, they contain an absolute boatload of, you know, of XP, and unfortunately, sometimes Jeff Bezos will give you some battle pass tiers because that's the world that we live in. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, I found it.
Now,
What
to
a nice
continue,
guy.
you've got the in-game
Barely.
challenges, right? These are part of the free-to-play model. Now, these in-game challenges, if you if you did
messaged
all of
my
your weekly
Discord,
challenges
LOL.
from launch,
I mean,
it would have taken you from launch to May of
Why
2023
not?
to be ordered to be able to afford a legendary skin.
Why is this so bad?
It's pretty bad if a game is saying, "Hey,
But
either
don't they have mythic skins that are even more than that?
grind for 6
But this
months
one is so
or pay
bad.
$20." The rotating store.
I just like I don't
Oh,
understand. Like, they
brother.
have so many characters and so many skins. Why not let people earn
Yeah,
them
because
faster?
I wanted to remember.
Because, like, you know, for example, like you
what it
have to
was.
keep people on the hamster wheel.
Oh, there is.
It's kind of like the carrot on a stick analogy. Is that if you
It's like, as I said, my it's not my attention span. I guess I could track a lot of stuff at once. It's not really a problem for me, but try to remember where something is specifically that.
What happened to that person from yesterday?
Oh, I just timed him out, and you know, whatever. I didn't meant to like be mean person or anything. It's just like, okay, buddy, take a
She
rest.
never messaged you on Discord.
She did send me a friend request, but as I said, I'm suspecting like some hacking attempt or something like that. And I'm not a fan of like having to comb my PC like for viruses. It's not cool. Track here. I don't know. I have a like a bad feeling that Discord being like bought from original owner by Tencent, the you know CPR,
Not while I'm in town.
CCR, yeah, whatever, the Chinese government, I think, company is having like easier access to our PCs, you know, not like all the time, but at demand if they really want to, which they probably don't want to like non-stop. Maybe they feel like it. I don't find it like a good idea. No. So yeah, about that person, I don't care.
You need to craft better gems.
What better gems? Can I make even better gems?
You have flawless.
Yeah, but what can I make? Like
Yes.
last time I checked, they were like not that good, you know. Oh yeah. Do you have any freaking class I can give you an item for? Do you need like a ring or an amulet? like the most of the stuff I seen, like it was an item of quality, oh, the power, whatever, like 800. Even the guy is level 100. Oh, I can make royal. Huh. Give me one.
I play on season 1, so I can't take it.
Oh, well, sucks. Okay, give it back. Give it back. And that's better, I guess.
Yes, it is.
Meh. Give me 1. Give me 2. Give me 3. Don't even ask why am I doing this? Why am I putting, instead of a life, why am I socketing torn damage? Because when you're being like immobile, it's better that stuff actually dies while hitting you.
You could put red ones.
Yeah, I know. Like, there is not much of a choice if you're playing a melee tank.
Sure.
You either put... Yeah, I know. You either like stack more health, or in this case, like there are times when just like normal mobs would just like stun lock me, and like 10 different enemies would hit me, and a lot of the times I've seen like enemies just dying. Because, you know, they take time to deplete my health sometime, and I was just like about to die, and the enemy just hit me and dies. Like there were those big guys with the, you know, what's it called, like clubs, the barbarians, the cannibal enemies. They come close to you and they try to hit you.
You need one more purple one for you, amulet.
Yeah, I forgot. Thanks for being... Bum. So let me check. Apparently they fuck up the resistances, but I'm not sure. Why does it say like 46%? Then it says, oh, it's actually 23%. And from what I heard, like currently the resistances are fucked, and my 400 intelligence doesn't do shit. Neither like being like a sorcerer or mage or wizard, whatever Blizzard called the class. Give me that back. Yeah, that's it. Oh, red ones.
I cannot use that.
Another time, then.
Ah, this is fine. Because there is no currently like gem tab for me to, you know, stash my gems. I'm just like, get out. I don't even bother to pick it up to sell it. There is no point in stacking like 200 of them. I cannot make another character because the Blizzard, like my like possible, you know, like gear for other characters. Yeah, I have some if I want to make like another character, but like, you see this?
https helltides.com.
Oh yeah,
Use
yeah.
this website.
Yeah. I'm using already one, but there is like a 22 minutes left, and I'm like, nah, won't bother. Like, you can faster level up if you just do this. Sometime it will say kill the aberration, like what's it called, the boss. I already started. That's fine. Oh, yeah. So wait, does any of you play Diablo 4? And when do you play it? I mean, not that I'm trying to like push myself into your party, but just like, you know, it's like it's getting tedious.
I'm playing it right now.
Oh, you are? Wait. Like 2 questions. Do you use Discord? Well, this is kind of
But
important.
we play CA on 1.
Ah, you play season. Okay, okay. No, I won't bother you.
I cannot do that here.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Join my Discord, we can talk.
Oh yeah, we can. Let me find the server again. Oh, I guess here. Hello, Ray.
Oh, Snake.
Hello, man.
While I'm in town.
Long
Yeah,
time.
we
Yes.
play it. Me, my buddies. I'm barely on my regular account, the one that you're playing. I'm barely level 70 something.
Mhm.
But we mostly play season. We're playing on season right now.
But here's my question. You know that the stash is limited for everyone?
What do you mean?
What you gonna do when your seasonal character gets transferred to like a, you know, eternal realm, like a normal server? You're gonna have like a 2, you know, full boxes of items, and you have to put it in one.
No, each character has their own boxes.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Like,
I have my own stash on my regular character, and I have my own stash for my season 1 character.
okay, I'm just asking. Like,
Yeah.
like the only reason why I didn't make another class like a barbarian or a, I don't know, like
No,
was.
they don't share
Oh, thank God.
They don't share stashes.
Thank God. Yeah, it might sound silly, but that's what I thought.
Play
So-
season 1.
No. Is there any like good reward?
The battle pass.
Nah. Like, is there anything good in Battle Pass except skins? In Diablo 3, if you like complete the quests on a like season, you get 1 extra, you know, inventory stash, which was pretty good, you know. But wait, how much points do I need? Pants, maybe. Have you seen the preview for a second season?
No, it's already out.
You can. They already have it planned. You know, that's the Blizzard for you. They already have like a content planned, at least for season 2. It says it's out at October. Let me check my launcher.
No way.
Yeah, they already did it. Like, that's the problem why they can't change anything right now, because Blizzard kind of plans ahead, and people complaining about stuff, it's kind of putting them back because they have to fix now the stuff people want to be changed. It says it's Season of Blood. That's what it's called. It has status effect changes, updated elemental resistance, vulnerable or power critical strike damage updates. It says gem and stash. Gem no longer take inventory space. Stash can be searched and filtered. And there is also cinematic. I think it says renown rewards. It says potion charges, skill points. Yeah, this is what transfers, I think. It says better target fire. Let me. Can I share you the link page? Is there like do you have a text channel here? I think you have.
Send it to my.
Yep. It's October 15, 17. I'm not sure.
Not while I'm in town.
Oh yeah. Bands. What bands? Oh. Like a peasant bands?
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, not bad. So, can I ask, like, is anybody like actively playing Hunt Showdown still?
I still play it. Howpack plays it a lot. Remember Howpack?
Yeah, yeah. The tall, skinny guy.
Yeah, he still plays it. That's his main game.
Yeah, yeah. I figured like that. That's his thing. He probably has like at least 5k hours, I'm gonna guess.
Nah, less. Like 3.
Oh. Well, you maybe can understand why my burned out.
Dark Welcome to my channel.
Because I have like 5,000 hours. Hello, Orki. Good morning. So let me check something. If that's the truth, then I can probably make Barbarian. Let me see. Nah. Yes. Whoa. Okay.
I'm fighting right now in the PvP area. You like Diablo a lot?
I played, you know, I think Diablo 3 I played about 7 or 10,000 hours, like almost double the Hunt Showdown.
Wow.
And that's actively playing, you know, not like being AFK. In Hunt Showdown you have like a lot of downtime where you are browsing through inventory, wait for a match to end, wait for a match to start, wait for a banish. No, actively playing Diablo 3. Okay. Oh yeah. What? Okay, this is ridiculous. Yes.
Oh, you're building your character?
Yeah, because you told me I have like a separate stash. I guess I could make a Kratos or something like that.
Oh, you're making a season 1?
No. No. Like, I guess I could play that with you, but as I said, like, let me see. Don't lie to me. Don't let me, if the season ends and my seasonal barbarian gets like a whole inventory, like I have to like shove it into my fucking box, I'm gonna flip my mind. Like, okay, so where do I create it? Not like this. No, it's not the world tire. Where do I change realm? Oh, when I finalize the character creation, then it asks me, I'm gonna guess. Right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let me see. Let's go again. So it's this guy. And it's... yeah, I guess. What? Yeah, sure. Black power. Is this racist maybe? No, not like this. What was the name of the guy? Black Shine. Dark Shine. I think it was like that. Wait, let me check. Manga One Punch Man Dark Shine? Super Alloy Dark Shine. Yes. Yeah. Right, so it's seasonal, right? And whatever.
Ooh, you're gonna start all over.
No, I skipped the campaign because I play a whole
the campaign. Yeah, the campaign you skip it, but your character's gonna be level 1.
Yeah, but I have to I think I got my
You got your renowned, yeah.
Yep, because I did everything.
Yeah, your renowned and your but you gotta get your checkpoints again.
I don't care. I played the game, I opened whole map and all checkpoints, and then I got the horse. And I was like, good job, Blizzard. Okay, so...
It wasn't her. The corruption, please help. Where?
Bah.
Oh, that's a new thing. It's
Alien
a horror.
gathering.
That's like a new
Welcome
thing.
to my channel.
What the fuck? What is flame? Okay, you wanna invite me to your party? Like level 1 character?
Yeah. Me extract.
Oh, you're in some dungeon. Okay. You're playing Necromancer or Rogue?
Rogue.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, I should probably go online if anybody wants to find me on Blizzard Launcher. That's a good guess.
You wanna add me on Blizzard?
Yes, but what should I type?
Ray Mercs. Hashtag 1196. Double Y.
1196 double Y. Oh, YY.
Yeah.
And something else?
No.
Ray Merc. Hashtag 1196 YY.
No. YY on Ray Mercs. On Ray Mercs.
Aha, Ray Mercs with double Y. Like this.
Ray Mercs. Right there. It's in your chat.
It should be like this. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I think I did it.
I got it.
Yep, I saw it.
Not while I'm in town.
Not in town. So, I don't know. It took me a while to understand the mechanics of a druid, at least melee druid. Oh, I cannot teleport to you. Maybe because I don't have waypoints unlocked. Oh wow, I have like all the cosmetics that I unlocked with the druid. Interesting.
Yeah, but like your stash is not there, you see?
Well, it isn't because this is a seasonal stash.
Yes, well, perhaps.
Yeah, that's the catch. So we wanna do some content?
How can we join each other?
You just teleport to Kyoshad, you know, the main town,
But at least the new militia recruits.
and I found you like at the square, whatever, and then you just, you know, add me to the party.
You gotta have your settings.
Really? Options, social settings, you mean?
I think so.
Options, status available. Yeah. From what I've seen, this is a seasonal character, I think. Let me log out and check. I think I'm correct. Yeah, it is. That's fine. Maybe you are on World Tier 4, that's why I can't join.
Yeah, I'm on World Tier 3 right now.
Yeah.
Let me see,
I think I cannot push like past tier 2 until I level up, I think level 50 or something, I forgot.
Yeah, do that, and then we could play in the weekend. Tomorrow I work 12 hours.
Mhm.
I could boost you. Once we get that, I could boost you a couple of levels. You know what? My friend knows more about this game.
Yeah, the problem is I'm going to work also in like 90 or 100 or so minutes, like an hour and a half. So, yeah. That's fine. Like when you have a free time, you know, just say it.
We could boost you levels.
Yeah, because as I said, I already completed the story. I don't care. Like if I wanted to play the campaign again, I'll play it.
No. We'll boost your levels. I'll tell my friend and he'll do it. Trust me. We'll do it fast. You'll get like 30 levels fast.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell my friend to do it. necromancer.
Brutal. I like it.
My gear's not even that great either. So.
Thanks.
Look at my stash.
I mean, would you believe me if I tell you that I did all the quests, like 98% of like all quests? And when I actually finished the campaign, I actually switched, I think, to tier 3 from tier 1 because it was like super easy.
You're killing them super fast.
It's like I leveled so much just by like doing the normal quests and the dungeons that I over leveled the final boss. I just came to Lilith. I don't think, I don't remember if I actually used the healing potion on tier 1, tier level 1. Oh.
I'm low on fury. I don't have enough fury. I must wait. I'm out of fury. I must wait. I need more fury.
There must be a barbarian jump or something.
I need better gear.
Better gear. Like weapons?
Like pants and stuff.
Oh.
So I could be. No, in the weekend I'm a farmer.
What's it called? The Tree of Whispers, right? I did like a lot of Tree of Whispers, and you get like a random boxes and stuff, and it actually gives you like good items. It's random.
That's what you're mainly doing? Yeah, it's random. You choose if you want like dual weapons or.
Yeah, and sometimes it'll give you like what's it called? Fucking golden, like one. Oh lord.
I'm not ready yet.
Interesting.
Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
Alright, man, I'm gonna go to sleep. Wake up in a little bit to go to work. We should play, if you want, you don't have to play this character. You know, feel tough because you're, you know.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I like challenge. You mean?
We'll level you up in the weekend. Saturday, okay?
Yeah,
I'll
it's
message
fine.
you.
Like.
You have a good.
Okay.
You have a good morning. Okay.
Thanks.
For that word. Bye bye.
Take care.
You too.
One is such a lonely number, I guess.
You put the carrot too far away from the horse doesn't keep going towards the carrot. You put the carrot on the moon, the horse is like, I'm not gonna get, fuck that. That's the issue, is the carrot's too far away.
The thing that is actually, you know, one's attention is drawn to, it only really shows things in the context of a bundle. And these are skin bundles that usually just have, honestly, a bunch of shite thrown into them that people won't exactly want. Now, here's the Cyber Mega bundle, right? But do you know what the really funny thing is? And by the way, this bundle's like, it's got a whole bunch of stuff. You can see 3,200 Overwatch points instead of the 7,700 that all of these things would otherwise cost. Of course, you can see there there's 3 legendary skins. So in short, you can play the game for very minimal reward, or you can just buy rewards of all kinds.
58%
this, of course,
value.
is a bad incentive to actually play the
Spoiled by
game.
Diablo
Going forward, though, we're
Immortal.
going to
That's
have paid campaign missions. These are controversial because the game was supposed to come with this PvE stuff, but of course they had a very seemingly necessary production pivot. Now, here's the odd thing.
And keep in mind that the profit, the way that it was going to work is that you were able to play, you would have to pay money to do the PvE version of the game, but it was a one-time payment, the same as Overwatch 1 was a one-time payment. And the PvP was free to play. It was kind of like Call of Duty, right? Where like you have Warzone that's free to play, but if you want to play the actual Call of Duty, you have to spend money for the campaign and everything. So it's the exact same thing. So like even in the original system, this is a downgrade because like, I mean, the game, how much would the game be, right? Like $70? Okay. So like after a year of playing the game, you would have saved money if you bought every single battle pass for like the PvE content.
Technically speaking, in terms of value, the missions only cost $5, but they don't, because the only way to buy them is to get the $15 bundle, which does contain 1,000 Overwatch coins, which is enough for the premium battle pass, meaning it's a $10 US equivalent. It also comes with a brand new Sojourn legendary skin, 19 USD value, and permanent access to Sojourn as a playable hero for new players. And of course the missions. So you can see there, it's 29 USD value plus whatever value you put to the missions. Or you could buy the Ultimate Invasion bundle at $40, which contains a 30 USD value premium battle pass. Then 1,000 coins more for a total of 2,000 coins, which is a 20 USD
skips.
value.
Wow.
Meaning, oh, and also 2 legendary skins for Cassidy and Kiriko.
I mean, again, like, I don't really have a problem. Like, you know, for real, like, I mean, it's a USD value, or that's good boy points, right? But like, it's basically real money. But I don't know. I think it's fine. I just think it's overpriced.
$38. So that's what, $38, 58, 68, 78,
But the money,
88
yeah,
bucks
it's just overpriced.
of value for 40 bucks. You can quite clearly see what they're doing here. Now, in the case of those missions, look, they were pretty good. They felt like, I think Stylosa called them Archives Plus. I would totally agree with him there. They feel like Archives Plus. I think they're actually really fun content to do with a group of people, but overall, as a value proposition, as a broad product, it ain't working. That basically means this stuff all sucks. I do actually have a battle plan for how Overwatch 2 could, I don't want to say...
I don't understand how the people that work on Overwatch still work there. I feel like if you failed to deliver a product and you fuck up this big, how are you still employed at the company? How does that happen? It's like insane.
Saved, but how it could be significantly redeemed. I will not belabor that point, and I shall do that as a future video. I do at least want to try to give back, or at least throw some ideas into the mix that allow Overwatch 2 to be a free-to-play game that people might actually like to play. Because at the very least, if I do that, then I suppose that idea can be the anvil upon which Blizzard are hammered. That seems a bit aggro. Okay, Diablo 4. So this is a game at the start of its life cycle, and it's only getting started on its monetization journey. You know, it's just a monetization toddler. Go easy on it. Of course, it's a paid game. It has no free-to-play option like with Warzone.
Do you guys think that there's going to be, like, which season do you think they're going to add a boost to 50 if you buy a Battle Pass tier? You guys are thinking 3 or 4? Season 2. Tomorrow. It's gonna get announced tomorrow. 4? Okay. Alright, so people are not very... I mean, like, again, remember, I have the $500 bet. So we'll see what happens. I've got 6 months. And it's only been 3 months. So we've got 2 more seasons.
Cost $70, had a store from day one, a battle pass tied to the seasons. But where it is different is, of course, the expectations of continued paid expansions, which will significantly alter the base game, likely in the way that Reaper of Souls did. Now, on the seasonal model, it is the ubiquitous situation, a free pass that contains a $10 premium one and a $25 fast premium tier. Now,
I feel like I'm one of those boomers that just literally doesn't give a fuck about this shit at all. Like, I actually, like, if there's a cosmetic you get from the store, that cosmetic has, like, every cosmetic from the store has the same value to me. 0. Like, I don't care what the Battle Pass rewards are. I'm only going to look up the Battle Pass for, like, the little things that I need to click to give me more experience that you get from the free track. Like, I haven't even redeemed all of my rewards from the Battle Pass. I think I finished it. I don't even know. Like, I just don't give a fuck. I don't know why people care.
These run in 3-month blocks, and of course they went for the rather meme-like, oh, it's the number of the beast, 666, that's how much premium currency you get, when of course that's actually not enough premium currency to buy anything in the in-game shop.
Yep.
I believe, certainly not anything you'd actually want, and it's of course not enough to buy the next battle pass, which in a game that has an upfront cost, I think is really shitty and terrible. So, that's not particularly great. And on the store, the developers have been very adamant.
It's just it's monetized too many times.
That they don't want players to feel like anything available in the store is necessarily
What if
better.
Nvidia or AMD did this shit? Lock up your graphics card with a Battle Pass? Do not ever type that again. There could be an employee from one of those companies that could be watching the stream right now. Do not ever type that. Do not utter those words ever again in a public space. I probably should ban you for just saying that. To be fair, didn't Apple just lose a lawsuit on planned obsolescence, where they're owing between $500 and $200 million to customers? Thank God for that. Massive W.
Than what they can get in the game visually. This, of course, is, you know, they want them to not be wacky and stay in the aesthetic sort of base of the game. That's a load of BS. Now, there are some of them, like, say, this Shadow Walker one, which, like, you know, you can see it still feels... I mean, look, they all do feel quite Diablo 4, but the thing is, if you want to actually lean into an aesthetic, you know, have your rogue almost have this, like, backstory told in their gear, you know, they spend time in the forest hunting pets and how they, you know, they wear wolves and shit.
Yeah.
Like, that seems like the sort of thing that should be in-game armor. No, it's not. There's one that's a sort of a jester, an evil-looking stabby jester.
Oh.
Looks really cool.
Like Gauntlet, Dark Legacy.
And when you compare
That was
it
my
to
main
the
character.
very vanilla looking ones that you get just by playing the game, no, absolutely, this is a cash shop that feels like a cash shop. It feels bad. It doesn't feel like more options. It feels like if you want any options other than the sort of default small, like, I don't know, Venn diagram, whatever, of gear, of aesthetics, you gotta pony up. That
I personally don't really care a lot about the cash shop cosmetics in Diablo 4. I like, I don't know, like, I'm gonna sound like maybe a simp here, but, like, I really like the cosmetics, the base cosmetics in Diablo 4. I think they look great.
Well,
And I think a lot of the cash shop cosmetics are way too over-designed. I feel like the cash shop cosmetics, and, like, I'm talking about mainly Barbarian, like, I love the Barbarian base armor. Because it makes me feel like I'm a fucking, I'm like, like, my character looks like it was made by Frazetta, you know? And, like, I don't want to see some over-designed fucking battle pass set with, like, a bunch of spikes and skulls on the spikes, and then the spikes have, like, eyes that are glowing. Get the fuck out of here. Like, raw, dark, low fantasy. And I like it a lot. And I felt the same way about the fucking Necromancer, too. I like both of them. So, like, I don't really care a lot about the cosmetics. It's just not a big deal.
In that crate there.
Feels bad because some of these bundles, like the Wraith bundle, Wraith Lord, was 40% of the base price of the game. So D4, absolutely very overpriced. Now, I don't have other things in...
I mean, $1 would be overpriced. It's lines of code. Like, there's no...
Extraordinary devices, really.
It's all bullshit.
You exposed
In our show notes today, prepared by the, as always, wonderful Connor and our team. However, there are some other things. A really good example.
Bro, can you imagine if
I must ride to the Orbe
Levagast, if what was his friend's name? I know his friend's name is Levagast on Twitter. The Final Fantasy guy. I haven't seen him on a video for a long time. Matt, yeah, can you imagine how long this video would be if Matt was on this video? This would be like a 1.5 hour video.
This Hearthstone, you know, where they did the Battlegrounds mode, the auto battler, and the only way that they could really monetize mode of Hearthstone was, funny enough, to just sell cosmetics. Now, that didn't, you know, earn them as much money as they wanted, evidently, because there were mild pay-to-win elements, and the next thing they tried, mercenaries. But the community just bounced back against mercenaries so hard that, yeah, they cancelled that mode. So now they're back to just trying to really dip into their whales hard. And man, some of that whaling is pretty damn crazy. Right now, there's, because they have these, like, premium signature cards, right? They're, like, old diamond crazy looking things. You know, I remember there was, like, a diamond Drekthar card that cost a stupid amount of money. And they actually went back in that and refunded everybody. But this new one they've done for the Titans expansion, it's 3 cards for, like, $45. It's like, man, 3 legendaries for $45? Like, that's crazy. And I know we're in a world where, oh, Post Malone buys the One Ring in Magic the Gathering. But still, I think you get my point. And even Hearthstone, it is quite ridiculous in the, you know, in how its monetization is going. So really,
I just think this entire thing is ridiculous. Like, I'm gonna have, like, probably another boomer unpopular take. I think the idea of playing a video game that is a card game on the internet, I think it's fucking ridiculous. I do. I think the entire idea of Hearthstone is fucking ridiculous. I used to go to FNM, Friday Night Magic, and I would draft every fucking Friday. And most Fridays, I'd say 80% of Fridays, I would make my fucking money back from the draft because I was getting enough packs. And I would have them ready for the next fucking draft. It was like a battle pass in real life. I just I don't get how people would want to. I'm not the target audience, I guess.
All of this is to say
this to
things
Crip.
are
I was
actually
so mad at
getting,
him whenever I
they are
started
actually
playing
getting
this
a bit
game,
worse.
like 10
And
years
I want to
ago.
return to World of Warcraft just for another example.
I remember
of something,
Cora
because
played
a
it a
lot of
lot
people
too. I
say
got
to me,
mad at
hey,
her too.
you don't need to buy these. Twitch, I say, look, if you're playing Overwatch 2 and you're playing Overwatch 2 just because you think it's fun and you want to be better,
good for
more
you.
power to you.
Yeah.
That's actually how I play Overwatch 2. Again, I think Overwatch 2 is an excellent game, but a bad product. Now, whenever I play it,
That's a really good insight. I agree with him.
I have fun, I stop. I try not to be extrinsically motivated by shiny things in Overwatch 2 because I understand that is just not going to be a winning proposition for me.
Well, if I want to buy a skin in the game, I just buy the skin in the game. Who cares? Like, that's fine, whatever. And like, I know what I'm getting, I buy it, and it is what it is. But, I mean, I don't really do that, but, like, theoretically, that's what I would do.
You know, if I want if I want my goopy brain to be tickled about, maybe I just go and play a single player game that's going to be very rewarding to play, or even something with some creativity. I don't know, like honestly, even a Minecraft.
Single player
but in
game
World
like
of Warcraft,
New World.
There's such a clear example of how this type of monetization is actually bad for players. So in WoW, of course, you have mats, right? Now, back in the day, and I think everybody who's played WoW probably knows the Neverwinter. And if you don't know the name, here's what they look like. These were like, seeing the Burning Crusade, this was like the coolest. Like the Ashes of Alar and these guys, they're like the coolest ones to run, right? Now, the way that this worked is you did a reputation, right? You know, it was maybe 30 days or sometimes 20 days before, and you get at the end. So you'd see people with that, and you think, oh, wow, you did that. That reputation was like the only time you saw Illidan outside of the Black Temple raid, which is quite bizarre. Later on in this Pandaria, you had the Order of the Cloud Serpent, where it's basically
You have to collect the egg.
Chinese dragon, I think they look awesome, but you learn how to ride one. Over the course of that reputation, and at the end of the reputation, you got to buy the mounts. Then what happened? In Warlords of Draenor, right? It was before Warlords, they had this, the Fey Dragon. Now the Fey Dragon,
The funniest fucking thing about this is I remember Bellior and I did a video about this exact topic, talking shit about it, literally like 10 years ago, whenever it came out. I remember this so fucking well because I stayed up until like 6 in the morning. It was me, him, and Heel versus Babyface. And we fucking shit on this for like 2 hours.
It's a pretty cool looking mount. There it is. Now, this is something that's quite hilarious because this just appeared in the store out of the blue.
Yeah.
It was only in 2014's Warlords of Draenor expansion that we saw a place in Shadowmoon Valley called the Dracorium. And it turned out that's actually where the local Draenei raised these Fey dragons. And that's when I realized it. This was a store mount. Why can I not earn one in-game?
And the thing is also, this was right off of the heels of them adding the Rylak mount during fucking Siege of Orgrimmar. And the Rylak mount, and like, so it was totally unique, totally new. It was the first one they ever added into the game. And then they added the Siege of Orgrimmar, like, Raider achievement was just Galakras, which is like, it's just another Proto-Drake. So, like, the store gets, like, this super unique, cool mount, and, like, the game gets this fucking reskin with, like, armor on it. Like, who cares? And I remember I made a video, and it had, like, the 2 pictures of the mounts with, like, a greater than sign for the Rylak, and it said, "Let's be real." I don't remember what video this was, but, like, I was so fucking pissed off about this. Like, this is, it's like rage nostalgia for me to see this. I didn't even know that was a thing. It's actual rage nostalgia.
Because it was a store mount. And then I think back to the Order of the Cloud Serpent. And what do I think? I'm like, oh yeah. Remember the way that I had this whole reputation where I, you know, helped the people who do things with the Cloud Serpents. I learned how to ride one, and then I got one at the end, and that was a cool piece of content. And I looked at Warlords of Draenor, I was like, why is there not a reputation at the Dracorium? And at the end, I get the mount.
Dude, oh my god. We literally fucking talked about this. It was like 10 years ago, whenever this shit happened, and I said, why the fuck is it not attached? Because there were these reps in WoD, and the reps, like, you didn't do anything with the reputations. Like, they had, like, they gave you nothing. They would just give you, like, actually, they did give you something. they would just give you a like a fucking like a reskinned boar. So like you would farm out the rep at the vendor for the fucking Fey Dragons, and then they would give you a boar. And the Fey Dragons are like right there. It's like the guy's name is basically Fey Dragon Vendor, and he sells you a fucking boar. No, the red boar. No, that one was from Tanan Jungle. I remember that. That you had to farm the fucking those not silverback, fucking saber stalkers rep for that. I remember that. I farmed that myself. Plus the Pexus crystals. Yeah, the claws. Oh my god.
That they raise at the Dracorium.
Yes.
It's a store mount. And as time went on, we saw this pattern more and more and more. You have the likes of the Solvarian Dreamer. It's quite a beautiful looking mount that...
oh, bro. Like, where is this? Where is this, dude? Asmongold 8.2 store mount rage.
To buy this new mount for a game I've already paid for 3 times. Ooh. Thank you, Blizzard. Oh, I'm so hyped. Wow.
God, bro, like...
Mount. I mean, Reddit is already going crazy over it. They're hyped as shit. They're buying 8 of them at a time. Reddit loves it. Reddit is buying their wife none of these mounts, man.
Did you buy the cock mount? No, is it actually on Reddit? Like, they better not be happy about this. Are you serious?
Oh my god.
Has a heart attack.
6 months, that's it. Okay, where's the rest of these? Aw, shit. Here we go again. Wait, why am I dead? Okay, just a second.
It's so fucking funny, man. It is so fucking funny for me to see this shit. Because I remember whenever every single one of these store mounts was out, I remember what I was doing. I remember, like, when I got mad. Yep.
As it turns out, is raised in Ardenweald in the Shadowlands
Yes.
expansion. Why can we not earn a Solvarian Dreamer in-game? Because it was a store/6th month subscription bonus mount.
Yep.
It wasn't in-game content. And then a lot of the time when you look at the mounts in World of Warcraft these days, it very much is the case that, like, okay, personal preferences are applied to this. There's many
Sure.
cases I do prefer the in-game mounts included in my sub to, I can just go and earn. Often I do prefer those to the store ones, but generally speaking, the store mounts have the most love and attention. They are the highest ticket items.
Well, they have the most attention put into them. Even if you like the... Like, I think one of the greatest mounts of all time in WoW is the original Gnomish flying machine. I do. It's one of the greatest mounts ever made. It's a fucking flawless, beautiful mount that reminds me of Warcraft 2. And it is time. The Ravenlord, bro. Like, the Ravenlord was fucking lit. Mimiron's head. Well, Mimiron's head was good because it had a good sound to listen to in the background while you were masturbating. But that's something different. We're not going to talk about that right now. The point is that, like, there's a lot of those simplistic mounts that were incredible. But it's undeniable that the store mounts had more work put into them.
And the encorseled whatever worm. There's another like a mana
sperm
worm that
yeah.
is one of the taxi point mounts in Dragonflight.
Shadowlands.
And again, that was a
Not
pre-order bonus
Dragonlands,
or on the store.
Shadowlands.
So they're continually basically grabbing things
Articuno.
from the next expansion and they're putting them in the store now.
Yeah.
So instead of that, you know,
Do
being...
you remember this one? Remember whenever we got people to come out, and I think it was, didn't Tiger Panda buy this mount? And then he was out in front of Stormwind and he used the fucking, the mount special, and I, like, logged off and I got really mad. It's like, I remember this so well.
Cool, very thematic reputation.
And I remember, remember whenever they added the first cosmetic armor set, and it was that stupid clown set, and I'm like, what kind of fucking idiot buys this? And I go into Dalaran, and Tiger Panda is
Hermit.
sitting there with his
Welcome
with the
to my
full
channel.
set on.
Oh, hello, Hermit.
Oh my god. And then
And
I was
what
sitting
was
there
that?
getting mad about it, and then more people showed up. Yeah, the fairy suit, exactly.
You know, we maybe raise a dragon at the end. We get the dragon as a mount. No, it's stuff in the store. That's
What
just
do I
like one
make?
example of how something could be a really cool in-game reward that could be tied to content that you would want to play and a story that the developers of the game would love to make, but instead it was yanked out of that and it was put onto the store, and it's just a very short-term carrot. And I think for me, all I see here is short-termism. Everywhere, short-termism. Can you imagine if Overwatch did not lose cultural capital? Can you imagine if with Overwatch they said, listen everyone, we really cocked up development.
Overwatch could have had the same level of relevance and clout that Valorant does. Like, you could have been able to get e-girls by playing Overwatch.
Okay, let's go
Oh,
to
God,
the
no, all right,
other
never mind.
side. Wait.
No, I'll skip that one.
I'm
this
sorry. I'm
stable?
sorry to you guys, the players, and I'm sorry to the team because they worked on a lot of stuff and it's just not going to see the light of day. This sucks. What we're going to do is we're going to make the best of it. We're going to launch Overwatch 2 and it's going to be like this. And then they hadn't done all the things that turned the players against them. You can still have a battle pass, but put enough Overwatch coins in the battle pass to earn the next one. And if you're not going to do that, make it be a battle pass that never expires and can be swapped back to, like the Halo Infinite one. They could have kept on doing things like that would have actually felt good to players. But at every single turn, the move towards the short-term money thing was made. Even Diablo 4. D4, great launch experience. Very fun first time, fun playing through it, and different characters, different builds. Season 1, undercooked. It's just not that big of a season.
Well, I think undercooked would imply that it was being cooked. I don't even know if it was in the oven.
Not while I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, guys. Like, the barber being that OP, I mean, did they test it? Well, why would they? We did it for them.
I can't do
the end game, undercooked, right? That's not the time to start putting in your hyper expensive cash out. I know you want the money now. I know the short-termism of the people who ultimately sign off on the budget for the dev team. Their short-termism is very strong and they want the money now. But the thing is, you do it too early and, what are you doing? Was it cutting your face to spite your nose? Cutting your nose to spite your face?
Yeah,
I don't.
that's
Basically, Blizzard Entertainment hurt itself in its
it's like whenever you try to, like, if you're trying to get a cat to trust you, you don't just try to, like, fucking, like, wrestle the cat down, You have to, like, come here, you pet it a little bit, and then you pet it a little bit more, and then you gradually get it to come in the house, and then you feed it, and then it's your cat now, right? Like, you don't just fucking, put like a little trap with like a laundry basket and you pull the stick out and the cat's trapped and you're like, ha, gotcha. And that's what they do. That's what Blizzard's trying to do, man.
Just the confusion is a bunch of, I don't know if the freaking MBAs get in. Because that's the sad thing with Blizzard Entertainment. Their artists are magnificent, cinematics they can put together are incredible. Their games look incredible. And Overwatch 2 is gorgeous. Luxander's character, even Alari, the new hero. Oh, what a great design. Really fun to play hero. Really great, character design, choice. Everything's just pitch perfect. Great game developers. Absolutely being led by people guilty of a lot of short-termism. And that short-termism is obviously causing a lot of long-term harm. And that is how Blizzard has been able to snatch cultural defeat from the jaws of victory.
They sure have.
Because the thing is, Overwatch 2 is a really fun game. It has problems. But the core mechanics, it's fun. Diablo 4 is a pretty damn good action RPG. Maybe you might prefer PoE's flavor of it, but it's not a bad game. World of Warcraft Dragonflight. It's the best modern World of Warcraft expansion, hands down. It's not as cool as Legion, but it's not as systemically batshit as any of the recent expansions. It's a great expansion. That's why I say defeat from the jaws of victory. World of Warcraft's got a great expansion. Overwatch 2, when it is just the game the devs made and not everything else around it, is a great game. Diablo 4, flawed, great but with flaws.
I think these games are okay. I don't agree that they're this amazing personally. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't. I think that they're okay. Diablo 4, if you actually look at the core nuances of the game, there's a lot of really big problems, whether it's collision issues, rubber banding problems, hitboxes, spell indicators. The game actually has a lot of problems. And Overwatch, for example, I find it to be very disorienting and bad that like whenever I'm being healed or attacked, half of my screen is yellow or red. Like on the corners, I find that to be very, like, it's like sensory overload. And I don't think it shouldn't have to be like that. There's no reason that is mandatory for it to be like that. I don't understand it. And it's the same thing with WoW. Like, I mean, WoW has a lot of problems too with like the amount of abilities the game has. Like Mythic Plus having these like toxic systems like key down ranking and, you know, like raiding, having it to like, oh, you have to clear a bunch of trash to do a raid and it takes forever. And then by the time that you actually clear the trash, you have to summon, you don't have a warlock, you have to go out and summon people. Like there's all of these big problems that the game has. And I feel like you should take these seriously. Like, I mean, I don't think these games are like, I think they play relatively well, yeah. But like, whenever you get down to the nuts and bolts of them, they have a lot of problems.
Everything to win. We all know who and what forces have ended up in all those victories just being made possible. What a crazy and sad situation. I think most of all sad, because like for us, we can just go do something else. But for the people who work in these games, who can, like the people, you know, you work in a Larry, you try to make a Larry.
It's like imagine you work your fucking ass off and you're like trying to make the best game possible and you're the guy that was able to make, you know, like one of the really cool bosses that everybody likes in WoW, or you make this really cool mount and it's like your passion project. And then finally, you know, like you get it submitted, it gets approved by the committee of mount approvers, and then it gets put on the store, and like the announcement comes out, and you're like, fucking like, everybody is shitting on it because it's on the store, and then you make a comment under the tweet, and then people are accusing you of stealing breast milk and saying that you're killing the game, and it's like, what a big surprise that they're having problems, you know, like that's the life of a fucking Blizzard developer. Like I bet it probably sucks. I do. I bet it probably fucking sucks. And I got hired 6 months ago. They didn't even have to do any. They didn't have to do with any of this shit.
You know, you make all the skins, you put a lot of effort in, you animate everything to be just right. Your release comes out and it's 9% in Steam, and the whole internet's against you. Can you imagine how shit that's going to feel to that person? And in a reality where every bit of work that they did was stellar. The new PvP maps, let's say they're stellar. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, the developers are being so screwed over by the people who lead them. And that ultimately is the situation that we are left with. Blizzard is turning the screw. This is a company that needs to start playing the long game. It's as simple as that. Long-term thinking gets you long-term results. That's what you need. Short-term thinking does damage. That's what we're seeing. That's it for me. Of course, check out our sponsor. They support and actually make this show possible. I would not be able...
This is one of the things that a lot of, I think especially Japanese companies do a lot better, it seems, is that they have like a much more long-term perspective in like making profit and like making products than like American companies. I think it's probably both cultural and built off of like how impactful quarterly earnings reports are here, but I don't know what it's like over there, like in terms of corporate expectations. I don't know if it's the same or not. So I can't really speak to that, but it certainly seems like Japanese countries, or again, companies, do a much better job at that.
To like, if it was just YouTube AdSense money, we are running.
I think this is like a systemic American
sponsors
problem
that actually let us keep the lights on. So thank you to them. With that said, see you next time. There it is.
There it is. A lot of Nintendo games pump DLCs every few months. Yeah, but somehow they don't damage their reputation in the same way that Blizzard does. So I think that's really what matters, right? They're doing it in a way that is somehow agreeable with the player base, and I think that does matter. So let's go back. Japanese companies have crunch too. Yeah, but the difference, I'll link you guys the video. This is a great video from Belluor. Like, I saw this, it got recommended. I thought it was kind of a long video, but I figured, fuck it, I'll sit through it and watch it. I'm glad I did. I mean, it's just that I think also, like, the crunch and, like, the employee experience playing, like, making a game, all of that matters for sure. But that's not something that the customer cares about. The customer doesn't care about how much work went into the game. The customer cares about, is the game fun to play? If people had to work for 100 hours and live inside of the office, but the game is good, the customer is going to be like, man, well, you got to do what you got to do. And if the game sucks and it had happened, they said, wow, what a predatory, horrible company. We need better worker protections. Actually, the customer doesn't care in either case. They just want to play a good game. That's it. So I think the truth is that, like, the problem with a lot of these games is Belluer is right. He summed it up at the end. It's short-term thinking. Like, everything that they do is like a short-term plan, and that is it. There's no, like, long-term, like, methodology to this or anything else. Yeah, D4 good in my eyes. Great, I'm glad you enjoy it. Japan is one of the worst working conditions? Yeah, but nobody cares about the workers. If they did, they wouldn't buy Nikes, but Nike is a billion-dollar company, so nobody cares about working conditions. The customer doesn't give a fuck about that. Like, what we talk, everybody's like, oh, wow. Wow, Amazon, bro. Amazon's making people piss in bottles? That's horrible. Well, yeah, no, I'm going to order on Amazon Prime Day for sure. Of course, yeah, they've got these great deals on underwear. They get underwear delivered to my house. Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody actually cares. People only care in a theoretical sense where it doesn't affect them. And not nobody, of course. Oh, well, I care. Yeah, I don't want to argue with you. But, like, I think most people at large, do not care. Good video. Make sure to give it a like. We haven't watched a Bellier video in quite a while. Should Americans work more than Japan does with less vacation time? I don't know how much people, like, I don't know how much Americans work. I have no idea. Like, the point is still the same. It doesn't matter. And, like, that's the whole, that's the argument that I'm making about this whole thing, right? Is that the customer does not care about how hard, like, how hard it was to do anything. Like, it doesn't, that doesn't mean anything. Like, there's like a very, like, okay, so let me think of a way to put it. And this is a problem that a lot of streamers have. And the streamers have this problem because they think that by working hard, they will be successful. It is one of the worst mentalities to have, to think that all you have to do to be successful is work hard. Because there are a lot of people that work hard and they're never successful. That's just how it is.
Enough is enough. Heretics. Those were local hunters. The hunters think I want to look for. Yes. Thank you.
That guy.
That troublemaker.
Many were banded. We are far from Kiev. Yes. Darkness is all. Back when there is one. I see. A shame. Death of. No. I should hope.
You are kind, but it's nothing that only...
Don't worry.
Only that it was once a bastion of the Knights Penitent, the
Oh,
holy
no.
order of cathedral knights who patrolled the roads, delivering the light's justice to evil. That is, until they marched away.
The pyre is meant to be noticed. The Father called them to serve. We are the last light in the South Peaks. Our ways are hard, but our people are kind. Honor the Father.
Yes.
Why? To finally arrest the menace?
Like, I was hoping. Merchants were ambushed at a camp just before the pass. We should search there. Did you walk here too? I will pray for our feet. This pilgrimage has not been kind to them.
Yes. So anyway, thanks for dropping by, but I should go to probably get a nap before the work. Yeah. Thanks for
TNX for support.
Go to work.
But gotta go to work.
Peace.
Peace.
Yep.